What did I think that you singing? What did I think that you swinging? Thank you. I got it. And we're ready. Let's just stop this. So hi, I'm Cryptameria. Kind of on an 80s movie kick today, so we had some hair and makeup. I was like, yeah. Sometimes it's fun watching old movies, especially ones I haven't seen. So, and I'll just like binge watch them. In fact, I have to turn that down because I'll get a copyright strike. It's actually funny what it picks up on. Like sometimes there'll be music in the background, no problem, and then other times, yeah, I don't know how many times I have gotten a copyright strike for Rawhide. I just love that show though. I just love the cows. They're so cute. Good to see everyone. Hope everyone's having a wonderful weekend. If you're not familiar with my channel, I'm Cryptameria. I am an artist out of Victoria, BC, and I do a little daily blog of news articles, comedy, and today I am going to be attempting to turn this into my next animation, which is going to be fun because it's like, I think I got like, after my stream last night, I think I worked for like an hour and I got maybe 10 frames. I need at least 150. It's gonna be a challenge, but at least with the clips I pulled up, I'll be amused. You'll be amused. Still more on Hawaii. Send your love and prayers. I don't have anything on Yellowknife or Kelowna today, but definitely send prayers to any communities that have been affected by these fires. It's been a rough season, and Maui, like, Yellowknife was bad. They caught the arsonist. Maui is something else. And so if you're following along on my blog, there is the prayer circle that was the other night for them, like a sunset vigil. And I'm going to pull that up at the end. I want to get through. I played it last night. I'll play it at the end again, and then if, just seeing how my time is, and I might bring people on panel. I'm not sure. So which one am I going to present? Where am I? Not that one. Sometimes computers help if you swear at them. Okay, yeah. So this one is, no, this one. And I turned it into an animation just by like drawing slowly. But I realized I was putting too much in at once. And this is actually going to be a horrible exercise in patience. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is just fill in an area and then make it grow up the Eiffel Tower and then around to the cats and then back down around. Just kind of like a figure 8 for it. Okay. No idea what that means. But I'm really impressed with it. And I think once I get the photocopies of it, and I am actually going to photocopy it, not just, send it in. I want to try making a wrapping paper gift tag set, and even with the next one, because I'm working on like, oh God, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I thought it was 5, but yeah, I kept it to a reasonable minimum. No, I think there is a 5th one kicking around somewhere. I'm probably just trying to ignore it. So we're going to pull up some of the first articles I came across today. Oh, Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Thus we may know there are 5 essentials for victory. He will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. He will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. He will win whose army is animated by the same spirit throughout all the ranks. He will win who, prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. He will win who has military capacity and is not inferior by the sovereign. And I think that's a very key point, that last one, with everything that's going on in Canada. It's such a mess. So this one is the vigil. I'm going to come back to that after I go through everything else. And that's what AI developed out of what I do. Actually, all of them, even the bikini ladies, which I do not understand. I was like, how am I? Not like I was complaining. I was like, it's almost like, oh, sometimes you get a lucky prompt. I was like, yes, bikini ladies, yes. Sometimes I get lucky with them, and other times it's like, I'm like, what are you making? Like, it's like glitches. I think I have a few glitchy ones in here just to show you. Like, everything, all the artwork today is based on that first piece you saw, which I don't know how I got bikini ladies. That was wonderful. It's like, thank you, AI. I think it knew I was grumpy. Okay, are you okay? This one is long. That one will probably be second to the end, but it is really important. And also comparing it to BC, it's kind of heartbreaking. Speaking of heartbreaking, is Hawaii. This is crazy footage. And all my links are in my blog.
This is a wow! This gets so dark all of a sudden. Can you see? Can you really see? Holy shit! Hey, that's Castle. Should be okay. What? She can't see. Yeah, it should be like straight road, Uncle. He's a Castle. Holy crap! This is happening in Front Street, guys. We're in the middle of everything. Crap. Oh, all the way. This gas all the way. We don't let gas all the way. We don't let go. We're almost there, bro. We're almost there. Nice. Okay. Hey, you are the best. Can we turn up? Yeah. Hey, love you guys. All right, good. I'm saying right here. Yeah. You guys take care. Well, thank you. Oh shit. All right. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Stacy. I don't know what's happening with my boy right now. They're over here. They're in the gas station. Oh shit. Oh my god. You guys, this is nuts. Guys, this is nuts, guys. This is happening right now. He's by the gas station. Oh my god. Oh my god. First Hawaiian bag is.
Why is all this on fire? I don't understand.
Oh my god. Take flash him.
Where do you want me to go now?
He's. Oh my God! Tell me his car is gone.
He's supposed to be around here.
He's supposed to be right over here by the gas station. He said he was gonna wait for me. Oh my God!
You see over here anywhere?
He probably moved. He probably moved somewhere else, but we don't have service. I can't really call him. Oh my God! We have to turn around. We can't even be right here.
Where do you want me to go?
Just drop me off anywhere. Well, in
I'm going
fact,
to drop you off in the middle of this.
I'm just kind of worried about my boys. I think they moved somewhere.
Where
So
would he have gone?
probably.
Where do you?
You know what?
You don't want to leave you
No,
in the middle
no.
of this.
If you can, right now is the best time to just get out of here because we're in danger right now.
No, where do you?
We just have to go straight. We can't go that way. So, holy crap!
What? Insane mess. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Stacy, you're my savior right now. Oh my God, it's just insane. Lahaina's in flame, guys. Lahaina town.
Oh my gosh. What is going on?
Lahaina is in flame, guys.
Oh my fuck.
Holy
We can't
shit!
be here.
Oh, we can't be here. Holy frick!
Fuck, dude. What are we gonna do?
We just gotta go straight out that way. Oh my God, it's just insane.
Where are the fire trucks?
Oh, they get.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
shit! Holy
What
crap!
are we doing? We should not be out here.
Holy crap!
Okay.
Man, Stacy, get out of here! Holy crap!
Oh my gosh.
What? That was an insane place to be right now.
That was like actually the worst place we could have been, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh.
And the power line.
Power line.
Where do you want to go?
Go back to where you came from. I can walk back to my truck. I was parked by Pumana, the stoplight. Yeah, the stoplight. That's insane.
Oh my goodness.
Tracy, say what's up, dude. Check this out, guys, bro. I'm freaking out, man. Look at this is Lahaina. Lahaina getting messed up right now. This is the worst fire. Oh man. Oh my God.
I really realized you did that.
Oh man, I really appreciate what you did for me.
Well, no, I was doing that like you. I was just like trying to go to the store and no idea Lahaina was on fire.
Yeah. Oh, this is oh.
Roadblock.
All right, roadblock. Roadblock, man.
Damn, that's brutal. That is hard to watch. There's even more like clips I found. Like I said, some are funny, some are. That one. Let's pull them up.
You're trapped. You can't start a family or a life while you're living in a 400 square foot apartment or trapped in your parents' basements, despite the fact that you did everything right. You graduated, you got a job, you work hard, you can't afford a home. This is obviously because housing costs have doubled under Justin Trudeau. Now, 9 in 10 young people believe they'll never be able to afford a home. This is not normal. This is not how Canada has always been. But it isn't entirely unprecedented. It happened only once before, back in the early 1980s, under the previous Trudeau. when interest rates went skyrocketing, forcing families like mine to actually leave their homes and find somewhere else to live. But in the years that followed, a solution came to those families, a solution that is as obvious as the day is long. We built more homes. Homes like this one, built in 1988. In that year, Canada built about 220,000 homes. Our population was a lot smaller back then, so we didn't need to build as much. But here's a startling fact. Canada only built about 220,000 homes last year. An even more incredible fact, we were building more houses per year 50 years ago than we are right now. This is a uniquely Canadian problem. Canada has the fewest houses per capita of any country in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. In fact, we have fewer houses per capita than we did when Justin Trudeau took office.
Yeah, this is kind of like,
ago.
These are bad
This is strange
statistics.
because
This
Canada
shouldn't
has
be happening
among the
in Canada.
biggest supply of land of any country on earth. We have only 4 people for every square kilometer. This compares to, for example, Japan, which has 338 people for each kilometer. With all that land, we should be able to easily build affordable homes for anyone who wants to have one. And yet, we have the fewest houses of any country at all. Why is that? What is standing in the way?
We even have ghost
The
towns.
answer, in a
Towns that
word,
are literally vacant.
is government.
That,
Government is standing in the way.
you know,
Government prevents builders from building homes. According to a study
like
by
why
the
aren't
C.E.
we,
Howe Institute, the cost of government
you know,
bureaucracy,
they're encouraging people
that
to
is
move
red tape,
from Newfoundland
taxes,
and
and
Labrador,
other charges,
you
is
know, to the
$1.3
mainland.
million per home
And,
in the
well,
city
we'll
of
call it
Vancouver.
that because, you know,
$350,000
and
per
meanwhile,
home in
there's all these
Toronto,
vacant houses.
and
There's just no jobs
$212,000
there.
in Regina.
Why aren't we
These
developing an
costs
infrastructure
block people from
there?
doing
And
what
yeah,
they
it
did in
is
this
brutal
neighborhood
winters.
back
Yeah,
in the
you are
80s, when we were
isolated.
able to find our home
But
on this street. Back at that
there's
time,
opportunities
people
there.
were able to build.
Why
And
aren't
we were
we,
able to build brand new neighborhoods,
you know,
like neighboring Evergreen, Silverado, and
yeah.
Somerset. These neighborhoods gave hope and opportunity to families that needed it most. Families just like mine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we can do that same thing again. We can restore the hope of homeownership by getting the government gatekeepers out of the way to build, build, build. How? Well, to start with, the federal government gives billions of dollars to our big cities for infrastructure. Right now, the Trudeau government gives that money even to those cities that block home building, rewarding politicians for standing in the way of the builders that could provide you with a home. I'm going to change the deal. I'm going to make it so that cities are rewarded for getting out of the way and letting builders build. I'll require every big city increase building permits 15% per year, or lose some of their federal grants. But those that exceed the 15% target will get a building bonus. I'll require every federally funded transit station be pre-zoned and permitted for high-density apartments all around so that our youth and seniors can live right next to the bus or train. And we'll sell off 6,000 federal buildings that we can convert into affordable housing for people just like you.
I think
In other words, we'll launch construction.
All these government
build
workers want to work from home.
just like this one was built in the
Beauty.
80s.
Now we got housing.
Giving my family
Win-win.
to start all over
I
again
don't see a problem
after
with
we
it.
lost our previous home. We can do this. We can build the homes that you need for your future. We need the government to get out of the way so that we can bring it home.
On my photo. Okay. There we go. I know this is going to seem really monotonous, like draw a bit, take a photo, draw a bit, take a photo. That's just how stop motion goes. I do have a few funny ones in here. Like this one. I don't know. I feel like
2022, this mom was checking out her sparkling new garage just as a stranger walked behind her. At first, she's oblivious, and then that is quite the scene.
That's how I react.
At first, she's oblivious, and then that is quite the scene.
I just wanted to borrow a cup of sugar. I'm your new neighbor. Some of this you can't make up. Like, we are living in such bizarre times. So I'll show you a little bit. Like I'm just gonna fill in this corner and then start bringing it up. And I might actually have to start working from the top to the bottom and then keep flipping it around for the photos, just because I don't want to get ink all over me, which tends to happen when you're doing stuff like this. Yeah, if this was pencil, I would be covered in graphite. I'd have like stuff all over my face. Like sometimes like would just like look at me and laugh in class. Like get a little something there. That one's good. Is this one long?
Canada was a very...
Okay, we have actually more Jordan Peterson. Oh, this is ruthless. This one is... this came out like
A Deep Ellum man says
a few days ago, but oh my god, maybe a week. Like this one's ruthless.
Accidentally ordered maintenance to clean out his rental.
It turns out apartment management had the wrong unit number, and now that man says that he is out tens of thousands of dollars.
Building management argues
This
he
is
never should have
insane.
been living there to begin with. Consumer reporter Steve Noviello is on your side tonight.
Used to have a couch here, a TV stand with the TV.
After Johnny Abney spent years building a life
This was my daughter's snack drawer.
for himself and his 9-year-old daughter,
It was a closet full of clothes.
this is all that's left of their stuff.
Everything gone.
Everything they own.
Clothing items, all my groceries. They cleared out my whole refrigerator full of groceries.
Is gone.
Well, we had a shower curtain here.
Not stolen, thrown in the dumpster by order of the
Yeah.
management at the Hamilton, the high-end mid-rise apartment
Like,
building
this
where
is
Johnny and his daughter
nuts.
lived in the deep
Like,
Ellum
can you
neighborhood of Dallas.
imagine
They
this
came to my door and cleaned
happening to
everything out,
you?
from my daughter's clothes to my clothes to everything, from a toothbrush, bathing items. Like, they pretty much left me with nothing.
It's all in this police report Johnny filed when he returned home from work in late July to find his apartment door unlocked and the contents cleared out. According to the report's narrative, a leasing agent on site said there was a misunderstanding and maintenance accidentally cleared out Abney's unit instead of the unit next door where a tenant was being evicted. All of Johnny's belongings had been thrown in the dumpster hours earlier and had been picked over by the other residents. This is video Johnny took of his discarded stuff. He says his mattress had been urinated on.
Not only did they
Lovely, eh?
put my stuff out, they watched people take all my property all day.
Property management offered to get what they could from the trash and return it to Johnny's unit. Johnny said they even had that stained mattress professionally cleaned, but most of his and his daughter's stuff
It's too
was
late.
gone
Like
for
it's
good.
too late.
This door is
That's what
completely
happens
gone,
in
and this one,
cities.
they just completely just broke it.
Much of what did make it back from the dumpster, he showed us, was damaged.
They told me that it was a mistake. They apologized the first night. They were overly apologetic. Like, let us know anything missing.
But that quickly took a turn.
Even though it was
Here's the
your stuff,
kicker on
it's
this one.
her apartment. It's under her name. The contract is in her name and her name solely.
This is video Johnny recorded of a conversation he had with one of the leasing agents who was quick to point out the apartment in which he and his daughter lived was leased by his ex-girlfriend who had since moved out of state. Johnny was subletting without permission, and even though these receipts provided to us by an attorney for the Hamilton show that Johnny paid the near $3,000 in rent each month,
This is a
and
good
direct discussion about
information
making him
because
whole, was off the table.
Like, other people might not realize, yeah, they can do this to you.
According to this lawsuit Johnny has now filed against the property management company, they gave him 24 hours to fill out his own rental application or face eviction.
I've already lost property. Now you're trying to kick me off the property at short notice with no resolve.
Here's the eviction notice. It was posted on his door the next day.
Rent was paid in full. There was no reason to go into his apartment. There's no reason to throw anything away.
Jason Friedman is Johnny's attorney. He says the issue of who was on the lease is irrelevant.
The apartment building, they didn't know when they threw all that stuff away whose stuff it was, whether it was the person on the lease or his.
And adds Johnny chose not to fill out the application or pay the fee required for one very simple reason.
He chose not to because he said, I want to resolve the situation with my property that you threw away before I decide
I wouldn't want to stay there after that.
An attorney for the Hamilton, who would not
safe.
speak to us on camera, but did communicate by phone and email, said on behalf of the building, even if Johnny did fill out the rental application, he would have been denied because he already violated the lease terms as an unauthorized occupant.
With me losing all my property, like, that's the last thing on my mind.
According to the lawsuit, the Hamilton also alleged there was counterfeit money pulled from Johnny's things.
Oh, here's a
they
kicker.
say he would not be welcome to stay. We asked
Here's the counterfeit money. Let's show you the counterfeit money.
Evidence at all. They provided none.
This is the kicker. This is the kicker.
Back at Johnny's, among the discarded pile of trashed school supplies with which his daughter was supposed to start the 5th grade, we found our own. This play money, clearly marked as copy, right next to what's left of his daughter's bed.
Can you imagine doing that to a 10-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old kid?
Went unanswered. They would not sit down with us for an on-camera interview. They did say that they asked Johnny for a list of what was missing from his refrigerator so that they could establish a value for reimbursement. Johnny says that actually never happened. He and his daughter moved out just a few days after we met him. They are now staying with family.
That's probably safer for them. I would not. And that poor dad was probably like imagine coming home from work and everything in your place is gone and you don't even know, or you see it like on the side of the road and it's like, what the fuck? I've heard of cases I have in other blogs. I don't know if they're coming up or I've already done them where it's been squatters. I think I pulled it up the other night and it was, no, I don't think I got to that one, but it was like these guys were like, this chick is like, they knock on the door like, oh, hey, walk in like, yeah, this is our place. Oh, no, this is our place. And they're like, no, here's the cops. They're like, okay, we're leaving. And I have one of, it took them, like, some of these are just brutal. Like one person like squatted and killed the homeowner.
Triple digits are coming back. Thank you, Todd. Also, this is not a great story coming up next. In consumer news, the climate crisis is causing concern in Louisiana's $230 million crawfish industry. The conditions threaten their survival and may affect prices. The continuous streak of record high temperatures and minimal rainfall is disrupting their burrows, food source, and pond salt levels. The LSU Ag Center calls it a complex situation affecting 300,000 acres dedicated to crawfish farming in South Louisiana. They say this comes at a time when rice farmers are relying on crawfish to help offset skyrocketing costs. The cost of production to combat the climate crisis is soaring along with labor and equipment.
Climate manufactured crisis. Am I allowed to say that? Oh my God. I could get so, you can't even talk about it. You can't even talk about the weather these days without getting a little spank on the bum. I've already gotten one. That was a fun, week long. If I get another, every one, it just adds on. And then YouTube devalues you. Oh, I hope so. I wish.
For the first time ever in Canadian history, or just probably history around the world, politicians are somewhat being at least socially held accountable for what they're saying, which means that they can't just say whatever they want and the people don't have a method of communicating. That used to be, at least that's how I figure how it used to be back in, not my day, back in your day. Back in your day when you had the newspaper and you had landlines and people didn't have social media and weren't able to gather around, you know, social town squares like Twitter and stuff and be able to have this open dialogue. You have to actually go in person to talk to people. And sorry to say, back in your day, not my day. I'm in denial. I'm turning 30 this year and forever young I want to be. We're going to take a look at a lot of great stories today, everybody. Starting off with a bit of a positive vibe. Welcome back to another video. I want to encourage you to give a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Really helps grow the channel. We're actually on a pretty decent route to 400,000 subscribers. You probably hear me say that at the start of every video because I think like over 50 or 60% of you that watch are actually not subscribed. So if you just scroll down, there's a big red subscribe button, you hit that, it's absolutely free. Then there's a bell notification right next to it. You hit that. Adds a layer of insurance to make sure that you can actually be notified of upcoming videos. And then again, if you'd like a matching hat like I do, then you can find the link for that down in the description below, as well as likely the pinned comment. This is the hat I'm wearing right now, Canadian Freedom baseball hat. It comes stock black, but you can change the colors. There's also hoodies. I have this Canadian Freedom hoodie in maroon. My wife takes it from me all the time. A lot of great merch here, coffee mugs, other hoodies, long sleeves, other hats and t-shirts and things like that. So link for that is down in the description below. Okay, we're going to start this video off by actually looking at the definition of gaslighting. No, you don't know what it means. Is gaslighting itself. Gaslighting is to manipulate someone using psychological methods into questioning their own sanity or powers of reasoning. For example, I'm going to mansplain. If it's raining and I see it's raining, I'm like, oh, it's raining. All of a sudden later on, you or John or Mary or Sue or Deborah says, Jasper, it wasn't raining. You're imagining it. And I'm questioning it, thinking, really? It wasn't raining? I could have sworn, no, sweetie, it wasn't raining. Okay, so that's what gaslighting is. And if you don't believe me, we have Google definitions. There are some examples of gaslighting in personal relationships with friends and family members. Insisting something never happened. I never said that. You must be imagining things. You're always making things up. So why are we talking about gaslighting? Well, the evil witch of the Wicked West that I'm about to put on screen is earned herself the crowned queen of gaslighting nation. All right. Chrystia Freeland is probably one of the worst human beings in Canada. And we've got some bad people like Paul Bernardo. And I don't know who's on top, but I'm sure Chrystia Freeland has killed more people than Paul Bernardo has, allegedly, hypothetically, potentially. Chrystia Freeland and the band of liberal misfits are notorious gaslighters. For example, we're going to be taking a look at a carbon tax pricing video. And the reason why the liberals think carbon tax pricing works is because, well, they tell you it works. They tell you that taking more money from you or I is going to fix the weather. It's going to make it stop raining and stop lightning and stop thundering. And it just doesn't make any sense. And they tell you, no, it makes sense. Trust us. You have no reason not to believe us. You're going to trust us and you're going to pay. It's inherently gaslighting. They're trying to change and manipulate our sense of reality, but it's not working. It's not working, folks, because we're fighting back. And a lot of people watch these videos. A lot of people are able to see the content that the liberal propaganda band of misfits are putting out, and they're just, well, frankly, fed up with it. Let's take a look.
The provincial government, Premier Andrew Furey, has once again written your government and asking you to pause the carbon tax increases, to pause the clean fuel regulations, saying it's having a disproportionate impact on the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. Because we're an island, because we're so remote, so many communities are in the north, and it's affecting the cost of living here. So what's your reaction to this plea from the provincial government to, I guess, step back from these this carbon tax increase and the clean fuel regulations?
She is so evil.
Well, look, you started with Premier
Mr. Speaker.
Well, look.
God, we almost look like cousins.
You're a finance minister. You're
It's
a
scary,
federally
but we are both
appointed
Alberta girls.
member of Parliament. Why
Except
am
my
I
family's
able, down in
Romanian
my
and
basement,
British.
in my boxers
Versus
able to give a better speech than
Nazis.
Chrystia Freeland. And now you're thinking, am I actually in my
Just to
boxers?
be honest.
We'll never know.
Premier Fury, and I talk to Premier Fury a lot. I know that Seamus does as well. I actually asked him for advice on a lot of different issues, and I have a great deal of respect
even
for him.
just do a henna treatment on
the issue of
just because you're
energy
50, it doesn't mean you have to
Newfoundland and Labrador. That's something
let yourself
that
go like
I've
this.
spoken about with the members of Parliament who are here right now.
I think
with
she's
Ken and
just so high
Seamus getting a tour. And what I have heard from them, what I hear from members of our Newfoundland and Labrador caucus, is that the price of fuel, the price of gas, the price of heating oil is a real challenge here. And this is a challenging time for a lot of Canadians. The cost of living is challenging. And when you have gas prices and home heating oil added to that, that can make things really tough. And Ken and I had a good conversation about that. What I would also say is the climate action incentive payments are starting to arrive now.
Are they?
In Newfoundland and Labrador. That's around $1,300 for a family of 4. That is something
that barely covers
doesn't solve everything.
No,
but something that will make a real meaningful difference.
Folks.
And for example,
Will
that
it?
family of 4 in carbon tax alone would be paying probably more than $3,000 additional.
Sorry about that. My phone overheated. So I guess we're having chicken tonight.
But the weird thing about that is it costs more money to buy an electric vehicle than does a gas vehicle.
Wow.
So it doesn't make any sense.
We're
gonna take away $5
I've
because
had bad
you have to pay
times.
$70. Like
You just sit
it's
there a
weird,
minute
man. It doesn't make any
think about
sense.
what you've done.
So, but of course, you can't expect anything less from people that say the budget will balance itself.
Okay.
It creates a financial incentive
Hopefully
for
I don't
people and
melt it
businesses
too
to
much
pollute
and make
less.
it go back in the
All right, that's from
freezer.
right here.
It
So
should be cooling
no,
down.
it doesn't create a financial incentive.
This happens
It
more and
forces
more.
your
I think,
hand
and
so you
other
have
people have
less
said
money. So you're
it's
like,
happening.
man, it's too expensive to fill up my car with gas or diesel or propane if you're like old school, and then you have to get an electric vehicle because charging an electric vehicle costs $10 and it goes, 400 kilometers versus, $60 to 150, or if you got
it's really not environmentally
diesel
sustainable.
van
And where
or-
does
or
all the
truck, then
plastic
$250
for
whatever it
electric
is.
vehicles
So
come from?
massive differences in cost, yes, but the actual cost of a gasoline or diesel vehicle, just the chassis versus an electric one, huge difference in price. All the money from the federal price on pollution charged to fuel goes directly back to benefit
Some of this
Canadian
is
families, businesses,
no, it really
farmers,
doesn't.
and
It really
indigenous
doesn't.
groups.
They're
in
trying
the
to get
same
rid of
province or
farmers. They're
territory
trying to
where
get rid
it
of
was collected.
truckers.
The
They're
federal
trying to get
pollution-
rid of the
federal
oil industry.
pollution
They're trying to get
pricing
rid
system makes
of
life affordable by
blue-collar
returning money to
workers.
families through a climate action incentive payments,
and
with
we have
low
a voice.
and middle income families
There's more of us,
benefiting the most.
and we need to
And that
start
has a breakdown of the provinces
standing up for ourselves.
that are
Not being afraid
on the
of
federal system,
entering politics or
receiving
looking
the
at
climate
politics.
action
You can't
incentive payments
just
4 times
keep
a year.
taking for
So
granted.
the highest one,
our
would
government
be
takes care of
Alberta
us.
with $386 4 times a year, so 369.12, so $1,400, give or take a few pennies. So I don't know. I'd love to know what you guys think down below in the comments about this. Do you think the carbon tax is working? Are you for it? Or are you like, nah, I want my money. Keep your climate action crap out of my life. I'd love to know
Pretty
down in the
much.
comments
That's how I feel.
where your take is on that, because it turns out
I am an
professionals
environmentalist. I recycle everything.
economists say the carbon tax is actually
Or try
helping
to.
fight climate change. This is back in February
You know.
18, 2021.
But what's going on
Oh, yeah,
is
that seems like forever ago. Some
is
economists say the carbon
why,
tax is
and
helping
these
fight climate
protests are
change,
just
but it's too soon to know just
terrorism.
how the carbon tax will affect emissions in the
you know,
long run.
disrupting
When you
people's
tax
lives.
something, you tend to see
I'd be like that German
tend to
chick
get
and just
less
drive
of it.
that her
University of
across the
Calgary
road
Associate
and then
Professor of
scold her.
Economics Trevor
That's how I
said.
feel about it.
So I don't know why they
You know,
aren't just
like
transparent about
it's
this.
gone
That,
too far.
hey, the carbon tax
Gluing
is
yourself
an
to
incentive
roads,
for you to
destroying
not
monuments,
spend
like,
money on
what
gas
is
because
wrong
it's
with
costing you more.
These
Why
paid,
can't they just say that? They're trying to guise it
paid
as a
terrorists,
gift. They're trying to
paid
wrap it up as a
protesters.
gift, as a present to Canadians, saying, you have been so good and everyone has paid their taxes so well. Let's reward you with paying additional taxes. It's very weird, and people have to wake up because, frankly, I want to spend less on taxes. And
So would
I'm
I.
not the only one that actually agrees with that. You may agree, and so do people in this video.
Carbon tax, right?
Yes.
Which is not fair, I think, in my opinion.
Carbon tax? Absolute disgrace.
I actually didn't realize how much difference there was going to be between yesterday and today.
I'm not sure if you can see the gas price here, but this is 125.9 because this video is from 4 years ago. Imagine how people are feeling today.
As part of its national plan to put a price on carbon, the Trudeau government imposed its federal carbon tax on provincial holdouts that don't have their own plans: Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and New Brunswick. It starts at $20 per ton. For gas, that means an extra 4.4 cents per liter. But the tax ratchets up every year until 2022, when it more than doubles. And the costs on fossil fuels will also filter down to all kinds of products. There's a tax rebate designed to offset those costs. But for those gassing up today, the sticker shock is real.
My income really hasn't changed, so I will definitely notice it.
Yeah.
125 a liter.
That almost
125
seems like
liter.
a wet dream
And
at
on
this point.
Vancouver Island, when I was just there a few weeks ago,
Yeah, it's like
it was $2.
It's almost like $2.25 now.
10 cents.
It's almost
per
$2.25 now.
Wow, we really took that for granted.
Yeah, I know. It's
Insane,
like, oh
actually.
my
I feel
God,
like
it's
I'm looking
so
at a
cheap.
Blockbuster sign or Zellers or Kmart, for crying out loud. 125, give it back, please. I'll do anything. That's insane. And it's only getting worse, folks. It's only getting worse because it's ramping up till 2025 and to 2030, where we are going to see gas surpass $3. I can guarantee by the year 2025.
It's coming.
So if you think
it's coming.
gas
It could
now
even come
is
next
unaffordable,
summer.
if you think housing now is unaffordable,
It could
you
even
think
come next
groceries
summer.
are unaffordable, housing doesn't
Are you
really
happy
have
now?
anything to do with the carbon tax. I don't know why I
think it's
threw that in
happy
there.
now.
I just always throw in
Chicken
housing.
back
It
in the
seems to be
fridge.
fitting since housing is so expensive. But gas, groceries, home eating is all going to get significantly more expensive as time goes on. You can hold out for as long as you want. I'm holding out for as long as I can. But the reality is, at some point, we're just not going to be able to
actually want
afford
a Happy Meal for
$4,
dinner.
$5.
I'm so sad.
It's very unfortunate because unless we have a conservative government that can reverse the carbon tax, give people more freedom, more power, turn the taps on back here in Canada, then maybe we can get the show back on the road. Anyways, speaking of the show not being on the road, let's take a look at this video here of Justin Trudeau, how he admits he has failed and his policies kick Canadians in the teeth.
Inflation, a shortage of housing. And looking at the polls, I'm wondering if you think that message is sticking.
There's Bobblehead Witch of the Wicked West.
Blame you, not for trying to solve their problems, but making them worse.
One thing we've heard right across the country is that Canadians are going through a tough time right now.
Because of you.
Inflation
Because
has
of Trudeau.
given them a big kick in the teeth over the past year and a half.
Yeah.
After
by him.
the extraordinarily difficult situation that
He's
COVID
soy
was.
by sock king dictator.
And now interest rates causing huge challenges on
And
home
he
buyers,
did
homeowners.
this. He did this
people
to
are
us.
really
It's
feeling it.
like
No wonder people are feeling anxious and upset. The question, of course, as politicians,
I know this might seem
remains,
weird, but I'm really
what do we
loving
do
doing this.
when people are upset? How do we respond
And
when
it's
people
not
are
just sniffing
fearful
all the
for their
Sharpies.
future, worried
Although
about their kids'
that is a
prosperity, worried about
bonus.
their ability to pay their rent or buy groceries?
Because of
What does
Trudeau.
leadership mean
Here's a man who
when
spends
people are hurting?
10 grand on average a
Mr.
month
Poilievre
on
has decided,
groceries. And I
let's make them
understand you
even
have
angrier.
to host
Let's give
dignitaries,
them
you
a
have to,
scapegoat. Let's point fingers
but at
and
the
lay blame
same
because that's easy.
time,
It is.
when so many Canadians are going to food banks, like,
It's not my
what
approach.
is with this asshole? I know.
I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm just so surprised that he's able to form any sort of sentences
I know,
from a human that just seems to be so full of shit. This is what Justin Trudeau is. This is another great example. Boom! We just saw a primary example of gaslighting. There are so many times that Justin Trudeau has blamed the Harper government, that has blamed conservatives
Everyone
for
else
blocking things, for ruining the economy in the
but
past.
himself.
The show is broken. Trudeau is a gaslighter. It doesn't matter how he does his hair with gel. It doesn't matter how soft he tries to put his voice. The reality is that he's
moistly.
a gaslighter, and everyone standing behind him right now is just as guilty for having a boss that is this bad and sadistic. Sorry, I couldn't contain
Yeah,
it.
I
My
know.
bad.
Hasn't been our approach as a government.
Hasn't been our approach as a government to blame. That's all they do is they blame.
That's all they do.
It's a horrible
You
tactic
know,
that the Liberals
It's
have
it's
started,
everyone
and
else's
the Conservatives
fault.
are
All
putting
the
the nail in the
truckers
coffin, and they're
are
going to end it. They're going to stop blaming
misogynist,
people, and they're just going to
racist,
look
because
towards
they want their
moving
bodily
forward. And
autonomy.
I can guarantee you that at the election, at the election speech, the victory speech that Pierre Poilievre will give, with his wife Anna right by his side, he's going to say, we're going to move past what the Liberals have done to this country, and we're going to fix it. We're going to stop blaming them. What's done is done, and let's move on with our life. I'm calling it right now. Timestamp this video, screenshot it, save it with your phone, whatever it is you need to do, because I guarantee that that is going to be a part of what Pierre Poilievre's speech is. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we're going to end today's video. I'd love to know if you have any comments, questions, or concerns about any of the topics that I covered. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to give a like and subscribe if you haven't yet already. Consider turning the post notifications on, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye for now. Thanks so much for making it to the end of the video. If you want to support the channel financially, you can do so by checking out the merch shop linked right up there. Or if you want to do something for free, which is also absolutely acceptable and highly encouraged, you can subscribe right there. If you want to continue watching videos like this, you can do so by clicking or tapping right there to watch the next upcoming video. And if you want to watch a little bit of different content, but also Canadian stuff, you can do so by clicking right up there. That's my second channel, House of Canada, also known as the House of Commons Highlights. Thanks so much for watching.
Yeah, that
one's
going to be
seeing you
picking up soon. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. What am I doing? No, I'm having fun. Like, when I put it all together, I'm gonna just be like, yes, I did it. But right now, like, to start filling it out and bringing it up, it's just like, oh my god. Because I don't want to smear ink all over this shirt either. Oh, she's cute. There's some cute ones in here. Oh yeah, this one's interesting. I'll pull that one up in a bit. She's so cute. Yeah, this one is crazy. Sticking with the Maui theme.
Welcome to the News and Why It Matters. I am Sarah Gonzalez, and today Joe and Dr. Jill Biden took a break from one of their many beach vacations in Delaware to finally make their way over to Maui to visit the damage from the fires that ravaged the area, claiming the lives of over 100 people so far, with over 1,000 still missing. Hawaii Governor Josh Green said over the weekend that 85% of the land has been searched by rescue teams and cadaver dogs, but some of the missing people may never be found. Watch.
85% of the land of the impact zone has been covered now by what amounts to an army of search and rescue teams and 41 dogs. So at 85% of the land's been covered. Now we go into the larger buildings, which require peeling back some of the floors and structures. That last 15% could take weeks. We do have extreme concerns that because of the temperature of the fire, the remains of those who have died in some cases may be impossible to recover meaningfully. So there are going to be people that are lost forever.
And despite the widespread criticism Biden received for his no comment response when asked about the wildfires over a week ago, and also despite the fact that the emergency began almost 2 weeks ago and Biden is just now getting around to visiting the area, over the weekend, FEMA Administrator Deanne Cresswell defended Biden's response, or lack thereof. Watch.
The president has faced some criticism from Republicans because he spent about 5 days not talking about this as many of the devastating images and numbers were coming. Do you think the Republican criticism of the president's willingness to talk about this in public, or lack thereof, is fair criticism?
You know, what I can tell you is the president directed me to go to Maui to assess the damage, meet with the governor, meet with the local officials, you know, giving me the opportunity in this space to make sure that I can understand what's going on. And then I report back to the president. I was in complete communication with him throughout this event.
And although Biden finally made time in his schedule to visit the area, it may be too little too late, as residents in recent days have become furious at his lack of interest in their tragedy.
And right now, the Maui community is helping the Maui community. And it's really affected me because where's the president? He decides to come here this week, to come here next week. I mean, like, where aren't we Americans too? Like, we're part of the United States, but why are we getting put in the back pocket? Why are we being ignored?
Now, I want to bring in independent investigative journalist Nick Sorter, who has been on the ground in Hawaii far longer than Biden, actually. Nick, thank you for joining us. I know that I'm sure your days have been slammed and incredibly busy, and we appreciate you taking the time.
So you can see,
I want to start with a report from the Daily Mail, which has indicated that locals in the area say that the number of those killed is closer to 500. They say that the morgues are running out of body bags. There was one resident that told the outlet, I know there are at least 480 dead here in Maui, and I don't understand why the authorities are not saying that. Maybe it's to do with DNA or something, she says. So have you seen anything on the ground to indicate that the government has not been truthful about the death toll so far?
I'm just really fascinated with animation.
Yeah, Sarah, absolutely.
I never
I know at this point that the government has not been truthful with the death toll. They're not talking about the death toll of the children either, which is one of the scariest parts of this entire thing. That is what the people here in Maui want to know. Now, when it comes to the morgues, there's one morgue here, one permanent morgue, and it's at the hospital here in Maui, the main hospital. They set up a temporary morgue at the police station. So there are not too many places that these bodies could be placed. I do know that the morgue's hospital is full, and it holds several hundred people, okay? So I can't confirm that they died in the fire yet, but for whatever reason, the morgue is full, and they had to set up a temporary one over at the police station as well. So they've now frozen this confirmed dead number at 114. It has not risen here in the past 2 days. I can't tell you why, though. But luckily, we have Joe Biden coming over. He cut his vacation short from Lake Tahoe, actually. I know you were mentioning the vacation he was having in Delaware. This was vacation number 2 for the week.
I get them confused.
Unfortunately, he had to cut that one short. Yeah, you do. I can't keep up with the vacation.
Yeah. So I know you being on the ground there, I've been following your work, your tweets, and you seem to be very upset. I mean, rightfully so, but I want to read a couple of your tweets here. You said, as someone who's been on the ground here in Maui for several days, let me be clear, this is not a natural disaster. This fire was started by humans, whether accidentally or intentionally. The government lies are absolutely enraging. And then I want to read you one more here. You said, seems the mainstream media and the government like to scold and assault independent journalists. Independent journalists are practically the only ones asking tough questions in Hawaii. I'm not about to stop. The Maui disaster is criminal. People need to go to jail. We're going to blow the lid off of this cover up. Tell me more.
Yeah, so there is so much more to this. I'm telling you, we could fill up an hour segment on this entire thing. When it comes to the criminal aspect of it, look, I'll be honest with you. I cover disasters. This is what I do. I covered East Palestine very closely. We blew the lid off of that story as well. And that's a totally different topic. But this is the most catastrophic failure of government that I have ever seen, to the point where people need to be in jail, because they were literally taking water, barring residents from using water to put out fires. There were firefighters on scene. I've spoken with firefighters that were trying to fight fires with no water. And I don't know how you do that. They said the same thing. They don't know how to do that either. And when I tried to go and confront the mayor of the town, he ran away from me because, independent journalists are not credible, apparently. That's the excuse that I got. But they don't want to answer the question that a lot of people here are asking, for how many kids are missing and why. Are they okay? Why are they still missing after 2 weeks? Because keep in mind, they kept schools closed that day. And parents here, especially in Lahaina, as I've learned from locals, they work 2 and 3 jobs because they work in the tourism industry and they're doing a lot of part-time stuff. So they weren't home at the time. But the children were. There were no sirens to tell the children to get out. You have a lot of young kids that are there, some that don't have cell phones, so they didn't get any cell phone alerts. But cell phone alerts didn't work for most people anyway because cell signal was out. They didn't sound the sirens, Sarah, so these people didn't know that they need to evacuate immediately. So they ended up just burning in their homes and cars.
I know, it's awful.
Really, really tragic. And I can't imagine being one of those residents who was, at work and just had no idea that their children were being burned alive in their homes. I want to play a clip of you. I believe this was, when were you on War Room? Over the weekend?
I was on War Room. How I lost track. I think it was
a couple days ago. Okay. It's only been yesterday morning. Wow. So I want to play this.
It's been a long time.
I want to play this clip of you being confronted, and I want to play it, and then I want to ask you some questions on it, because you say that since you have arrived and started pressing the local government, you have been followed and threatened and all of this. And this is a very, very bizarre moment here. Here is Nick on with Steve Bannon's War Room when this happened. Watch.
People's minds here.
Hey, what's up, Nick? I've been trying to reach you. Been reaching out to you on X.
Oh my god, I need a minute.
supposed to be meeting with people
It
here.
gets
What
addicting,
victim?
but I need to like
so
stand
this
up,
is this
or
is
I get
so you're seeing this
sucked
live right
in.
now. People actually track me
Oh,
down.
this is gonna be amazing!
And
I'm so excited.
you said you're spelling saying an intent. Resources. I'm not taking up any resources here.
So, Nick, you say that this started occurring after you got there and started, like,
And
the local government realized that you were going to push them for answers?
Even though Pentecostals
Right.
really
So there's a
encouraged to
video
wear
that, and I
pants.
can't make the direct link, right? I
Right.
can
It was
just
kind of a
report on the fact
compromise.
that it happened at a
But they wouldn't even
the
fit,
timing
and
was
now
very
they're
weird.
like almost
The night
falling
before
off me
this happened,
today.
I
I'm so
was able
happy
to,
about
along with a
my
resident,
little exercise bike.
approach the mayor and press him on how many children are missing and why is he not giving those numbers. We know that he knows those numbers. Okay, he's trying to cover his own butt, so that's why he's not telling us. But we pressed him very hard to the point where I got put in a headlock by his security because I kept trying to press him on it. And so that video will be posted later today. I've been kind of weighing whether or not to release that because I don't want to make the story about me. But that ends up what's happening when you have somebody follow you to your hotel at 5:45 a.m. I was standing in the back of the hotel at the time, and this guy came up behind me. I was able to see him through the monitor. I could see my own video feed. He walks up behind me, and I lost my words. I was spooked because there's nobody else there, nobody to see it. So since I've had to hire private security, I've had to move hotels. I had to get a new rental car because I can't have these people coming after me like this. I mean, who goes to somebody's hotel at 5:45 in the morning, and why? He didn't know that I was going to do a live hit. Why was he there?
Yeah, it does make you wonder too, Nick, because I mean, you're out there, as you pointed out, you were the person who was the first on the scene in East Palestine, Ohio. You're out here trying to bring awareness to things that the mainstream media is not covering. So if you're a resident in that area, don't you want your story being told? Like, aren't you glad that Nick Sorter is there rather than coming and being threatening and trying to stalk you? Like, it just seems weird to me. If something is going on, don't you want people to find out about it?
Yeah, so Sarah, this is the importance of having journalists like you and me that actually report on this stuff, is because what happens in these disaster areas, especially when there's a lot of government involvement, is you look back at East Palestine, Ohio, where the story went away totally until we got there on the ground and started pressing the government on this stuff and forcing them to come. Nobody was talking about it at that point. The government wasn't talking about it. FEMA wasn't there. The EPA wasn't there. Nobody was there. Joe Biden wouldn't even mention it. He's still running away from it now, but we were able to get both U.S. senators to come down there, the EPA administrator finally to come down there. But without people like us, they won't do anything. Trust me, FEMA will go away. They will leave here, within the next couple of weeks if the media attention goes away. Now, I will say one more thing on that. FEMA said that they were going to be giving people who were displaced out of their homes and economically displaced as well, because keep in mind, there is a huge this industry here, the economy, is run out of tourism. They originally said they were going to be helping people that were economically displaced. Well, they decided to quietly backtrack on that, as I heard yesterday. And a lot of residents that lost everything aren't even getting FEMA money at this point. So unless we continue to pound them, these people are going to suffer.
Well, I mean, Nick, I guess maybe if these displaced residents, they could try, I don't know, maybe moving to Ukraine and they'll actually get some money from the United States government. That's great. All right, Nick.
I laugh, but it's sad.
It is. Well, you laugh.
$24 billion to Ukraine, $700 to some Lahaina resident.
Right, exactly. I mean, laugh so we don't cry is what we say on this show. Nick, I appreciate so much the work that you are doing. Tell everyone you're independent. So how can people help you?
Yeah, so the best place to find me is on X. You can go to x.com/ it's at Nick Sorter, NickSortor. You can see it right there at the bottom of the screen, actually. and yeah, I mean, that's where I do most of my reporting, and then great journalists like Sarah pick it up, and then we can do these live hits. So thank you, Sarah. I really appreciate it.
We appreciate it, and we'll be on the lookout for your video that you're posting later today of you have to post that, Nick. I realize you don't want the story to be about you, but it's not necessarily about you. It's about the cover up. It's about the defense mechanisms. It's about why are you being so defensive here? Why are you getting violent if there's no cover up? If everyone's being truthful, there would be no need to get so defensive. So I appreciate you being there and telling the story that needs to be told, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
If you like that clip, there is plenty more where that came from. Click the link in the description below to subscribe to the News and Why It Matters YouTube channel to watch the full episode.
Wow, that was awesome. Because that's actually really creepy. You know, like you're just like to get stalked and stuff like that. But that's happening. That happens in a lot of times when you're with stories. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if I'm going to pull that one up. Nope. Stick to the script, Crypta. If I don't stick to the script, if I stick to my blog, it seems to go better for not getting copyright strikes. And she is damn hot. And I have no idea how I made her from this. I'm not complaining. I'm like, damn. Okay. Yeah, I can see. Where am I? Yeah, I pulled him up. I was going to go back to that one. Tom McDonald. Yeah, did I play this one? I don't think I played this one.
Good morning, guys. So we just got a new number out of the Maui fires. The governor the other day was thinking it would be, that they had found a lot of the missing persons and it would be down in the double digits. But when the FBI came out with the
when I was
new missing persons number, it was actually 7 times higher than what the Maui governor was thinking. So I'm going to talk about that. But
I know
first of all,
this is awful.
I wanted to just bring to your attention the importance of being careful of bad actors when it comes to reporting on stuff like this. What happened in Maui is absolutely devastating. And it's sickening to me that there are people out there who come up with these crazy narratives just to get views and confuse people. You may have heard that there was some news article going around a few days back where they literally were saying 850 FEMA agents went down to Maui before the fire started. They were finding mass graves of bodies in dumpsters and other places throughout Maui. There were 250 corpses found with bullets in them. What was another one of the claims that this guy was making? Just a bunch of, pretty bogus claims. And people believed it. People believed it because there are a lot of strange things that happen in Maui. I'll talk about that. But they were picking up on this stuff. And this particular author of Real Raw News has written numerous websites, Twisted News, Nibiru News, and he used to be on YouTube and he'd have like a mask covering, and he claims that he has these sources that nobody else has and therefore nobody else can confirm, but it's real news before it's news, right? And the thing about this guy is he's actually kind of like a left-wing extremist who puts out these extreme theories. I'm not even going to give them the credit of conspiracy theories, because as we know now, a conspiracy theory is just a theory of conspiracy that's proven within 6 months. It's a forecast, more or less. What this guy is doing is just creating these elaborate stories. And last weekend, or earlier this week, there were people on TikTok, YouTube, all over the place blasting this guy's stories. If you go to his website, and you believe everything he said, you'd think Hillary Clinton was hung. You'd think that they just charged, 10 military doctors with injecting soldiers with, the jelly jab, or basically the vaccine. But his stories are pretty bogus, and he does it to make people look dumb, pretty much, that buy into it. He wants people to that when we're looking at a situation like Maui where there are some inconsistencies, some odd things that happen there, he by putting these things out there and getting people to believe it and going along with it, he's discrediting all of that. He's discrediting everybody that buys into it. So be careful about these bad players out there. I don't want to label him as misinformation, because the other thing he's doing is he's giving credit to the campaigns of removing and censoring people based on what they consider misinformation. The problem is that most of what gets censored as misinformation ends up being accurate and true down the line. But there are these people that are bad actors that throw this stuff out there. Some people think it's entertaining. This particular writer, he goes by the pen name Michael Baxter. His real name is Michael Tuffin. He lives in Irving, Texas. And he's been doing this for a while, and he purposefully is doing it to discredit people by making these things seem real, and by by providing credit to the theory that people who talk about this stuff are extremists and crazies. I mean, he's doing it on purpose. So be careful of stuff like that. Don't buy into it. And do your own research. Most of the information is out there, and comes from sources that have verified it. And when you start to put it together, there are some strange things that have happened. For one, we've had 115 people reported dead in Hawaii. That number hasn't gone up. But it's been confusing because, if you look at local residents, they're estimating, close to 500 people missing. And then this is what happened the other day is the governor came out and said, well, we had 388 people on our missing persons list, down from 1,000, right? 800 to 1,000. And we found 250 of those people. So we're thinking that our final missing persons list is going to come out around 50 people. Well, the FBI released a missing persons list yesterday, and it was 384 people after finding 252 people, with the disclosure that the list could change again because there's an ebb and flow of missing people being filed versus who they've been able to find and verify and who's still missing. And they expect that to continue for a long time. So unless you continue to follow these stories and these news articles, you may never actually end up knowing what that number is until whatever it is that they publish in Wikipedia years from now, and you go back and look at it and say, oh yeah, what happened in Maui? What were the final numbers? From everything I'm reading, the final numbers are much higher than what we anticipate. And part of that is also, just to make somebody a missing person, there has to be a verification process for that. So as they're finding some people, as they're continuing to recognize that some people are lost, they're also verifying more missing persons reports. And from my understanding, from what I heard, my interpretation is that there will be more people put onto that missing persons list, that official list, as time goes by. The other issue that they're having is that the fires were so hot, they completely cremated some people to the point of not being able to identify any human remains. So this is a devastating situation that's going to take some time, and there will be inconsistencies on the total amount of people dead for quite some time while they sort this out. I mean, this is not a small feat for anybody. People have been talking about the 30,000 linear feet of fencing that's been put up around Maui. It's kind of like a privacy fencing. They said it was to keep, the dust and debris from blowing out. But they're also arresting people for going inside the fenced area. So residents, it doesn't matter who you are. If you go into that area, you're considered trespassing. And I believe that this has happened even for people who own property within that area, who should have rights to go into that area. So it is a bit suspicious. The way that the media has kind of tried to take control over the narrative, the way that the government has really tried to take control over the Maui narrative, and then close it off to people and threaten them with arrest for trying to go in there, is all a little disheartening. It leaves a lot of room for suspicion, and I think that there's things we should be suspicious of. Like I said, I mean, there's a lot of things that happen with Maui that that probably shouldn't have been happened, but we should continue to talk about it, and hopefully these things will be investigated. And we're not the only ones who think that. I mean, the governor, who is way off in his numbers, 7 times lower than what the actual number that ended up coming out yesterday was, has asked the Attorney General of Hawaii to look into some of these things. I mean, you had a bureaucrat of Maui basically withhold water while they were fighting this out of control fire, withhold water from fire crews. And in my perspective, what that is it's, you know, all of this climate change, global warming dialogue, these what I consider to be dangerous dialogues being thrown out. They're dangerous because they turn people away from caring about the environment when they throw bogus claims. But the other thing is you got this water conservation effort. And there are parts of this world and parts of the U.S. where water conservation is a very, very big deal. I would think that living on an island, there's got to be a way to treat water coming out of the ocean and get fresh water from it. I mean, we have the technology. Why aren't they doing that? If water was such a concern to them, if they're that afraid that they're in a drought and they don't have enough water on an island. And then the other thing that I've heard people ask is, well, why not just throw pumps in the ocean and pump water onto Front Street? Like, why was none of that done? Those are all questions that I think, you know, people want answers to, and hopefully the Attorney General will follow through with investigations and figure out what happened, why this guy withheld water for hours on end from firefighters fighting the fire. I mean, what was so important? You know, it's given groups like the Guardian the opportunity to really go out there and take aim at private land ownership and blame it on the farmers. Well, he was withholding the water for the farmers,
blame it on Oprah.
Pineapple farms, and that just sent the whole thing up in the tinderbox. The other question I have is, in Lahaina, you had about 3,000 students registered in the school system. And of those 3,000 students, 600 have returned to in-person education systems nearby. Another 200 have registered online, or was it 400 and 200? I think it was 400 and 200. There's about 600 students total that have returned back to some sort of curriculum learning. What happened to the other 2,400? And, you know, when it goes back to what they were saying about missing persons the other day, you know, what happens? Who's going to be reporting on entire families that have gone missing? I mean, there are a lot of people in today's society that don't keep in touch with their extended family the way that, you know, families used to. Are people being reported in a timely manner? Are some entire families missing? And that, you know, that comes into too, you know, what happened on Front Street, where there's other questions. We know that there was a roadblock. The roadblock was there supposedly because there were power lines down and they were trying to do it for the safety of people. But then you just see these rows of cars that got burnt out because they couldn't leave. They were all stuck there. I mean, people in Maui were literally trapped in there, and they fled to the ocean. You heard about the FBI searching the ocean for bodies the other day. I mean, this is some serious business. So there are a lot of questions, a lot of things that I would like to see come to light. I'd like to understand why certain decisions were made that were made, because I think in that scenario, there's some liability there for some of the people that have been running this thing, and hopefully, you know, that'll come to light. But as long as we have these bad actors out there who are taking these concerns that we all have and turning them into this, you know, some people say his websites are entertaining and funny to read, but there's nothing funny about it. I mean, it's disgusting. And what he's doing is he's discrediting all of those concerns. You know, we all have concerns of what happened there. We all would like to see some answers about it. And he's discrediting that by saying, oh, you know, these people are just, you know, overly concerned about, you know, stupid things, and this is, you know, how people think. And so I would be very careful when you're looking at this stuff and you're wondering, you know, is this true or not? And it's worth doing a little bit of digging and a little bit of research yourself. You know, there were a lot of people who felt that, you know, the reports coming out of Florida that the gasoline had gotten messed up on a large scale across the state just before the hurricane hit was fabricated. But that is an example of a true story, that just because we have people out there that make up these out of the world things, when you start hearing something that it actually happened, you start thinking, oh, that can't possibly be true. But that was true. In fact, Governor DeSantis did a press conference on it. And luckily, Florida has a pretty good governor. So they've been able to take care of a lot of that. And I'm sure that the hurricane victims are getting the resources that they need. But just before that hurricane hit, you had all these gas stations get filled with diesel in the gas tanks, which would destroy a car. I've seen what it can do to a tractor. When we were in Canada, somebody put gasoline in the diesel tank and it literally blew up the motor of the tractor. So it can lead to a massive destruction of property. But it also kept people from having the resources to evacuate, the resources to fill up gas containers for their generators and things like that at a very critical moment of time. The timing of that is very suspicious in my opinion. And I know that they say that it was just a human error, but I know a lot of operators of trucks that deliver these things, and most of them know the difference between diesel and gasoline and which tank it goes into. So that, for that to have happened on a large scale is suspicious. And that's another one of those things where we should question it. But when you have people throwing out there these really bogus stories that make the rest of us for questioning things like that look crazy, it underplays the whole thing, and it discredits the whole thing, and then it empowers these groups that are out there saying, well, we need to, censor misinformation because it's leading people down the wrong path. That said, I don't think anybody should censor Michael Tuffin. I don't read his stuff.
No, let's see where I'm at.
I think.
Holy crap.
I think it's disgusting.
Well, I think it might have actually hit the 50 mark.
By censoring him, we're opening that door to censor every legitimate concern that's out there. And, it's really up to us individually at the end of the day to verify information before we just, jump on a bandwagon. I feel bad for all those TikTokers and people who actually bought into his news story and started sharing it. And then all the people that were commenting and joining in on it, it's ridiculous. But that is out there. The problem is that it's up to us independently
back to the
to verify information, verify sources, know who what their reputation is before we just jump on the bandwagon of a story. And I think that is something we all owe each other to do, because we don't want to spread that information and give more power to this misinformation campaign. In Europe, they just recently, and on August 25th, passed a law that gives the government ultimate control over the information that's shared on platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, anybody who shares anything in Europe. And as you know, on social media, because we're all on social media, we currently have the ability to communicate with people all over the world. If I put a video out, there's nothing that says that video can't be seen in Europe, Australia, any of those places. In fact, if you look at our stats, we have viewers from all over the world. Well, under this new law, they could actually say, well, we don't want that video being seen here because we don't agree with what he's saying. We don't agree with the dialogue he's putting out there. And this is an ultimate government control tactic that's come out of Europe.
I am working on
it's
artwork,
going to impact us here in the United States. It already is, because they're censoring us and our communications with people over there.
Slowly
one of the
but
only
surely.
things that has kept this world
it's just
from
so much
completely
processing,
boiling over to global war, which is pretty close to now, is that open communication between the citizens.
And all
because
the
we don't
photos
hate
I've been
each other,
doing.
we communicate with each other, we have open dialogues
But I
with
think
each
it's
other.
like-
But when you start censoring and
I'm
cutting
getting
that
it.
off and alienating, countries from each other, because now what
'Cause
I
like I
publish
said,
may
I'm
not
trying
be
to,
able
like,
to be
sweep
viewed
it
over there.
around,
They
or-
may block my channel for all I know, or somebody else's channel. Maybe
Also,
I'm
I
not
don't-
saying anything that
I
takes them
have to
off
wait
enough.
for one part
But
to dry
if
before I
that
can draw on another
happens and you alienate
Are
people,
you-
then suddenly
Okay, we got
people
another
do
one.
just become knowledgeable off of what they see on their own country's media, and that's where you get this alienation and people's thoughts and opinions of each other can change very quickly.
Way more than I thought.
And it's a lot easier to have people be led down the war path.
This is good. Like I said, I wanted to get at least 150
videos and all sorts of things. So
and we'll see how far.
My point is that if we want to retain this freedom of speech, this open dialogue, these open discussions with each other.
I almost left it playing.
Not everything I say is going to be 100% right. And I recognize that. I normally do these videos just to open up conversations, and sometimes people change my perspective on things on their comments.
It's exciting. I just haven't done a lot
because I'll go back and I'll research it. Or sometimes they give me a reason to go and strengthen my argument. But the point is that it's very important to keep dialogues open and to avoid censorship. But in order for us to avoid
it still might be
censorship, we really have to be careful about the bad players out there and avoiding the information that they put out there and knowing how to identify it and how to verify it. And I'm not saying that everything, like I said, not everything completely ludicrous. I mean, you can't make up the fact that it sounds made up that Florida residents lost their gasoline just before the hurricane hit, but that actually did happen, So hopefully you're understanding what I'm saying, but it basically is, it's up to us to do a little more due diligence and educate ourselves before we just jump on these bandwagons.
I was just
and give more power to this argument that wants to shut everybody down.
Last night.
We don't want to do that. And these concerns that we have about Maui, what happened there, are only confirmed by the fact that these numbers keep changing, and they have a disclosure.
And then I'm going to get photocopies of it.
They say the numbers are going to continue to change for quite some time.
Just checking out prices today.
When we're hearing these reports,
Plus,
several
I can
hundred
take the
people,
whole thing in.
Several hundred people were just added the other day to the business purchase list
printed.
with the disclosure more to be added on.
And get
so we're
more
not
of my artwork
crazy by thinking that these numbers are much higher. They're probably going to be significantly higher months down the road from now.
That's
once
awesome.
They
I
officially
heard about
confirm
that's really cool.
that somebody who's missing is no
like,
longer with us.
That's
amazing. Et cetera.
Like
so,
the fact we can
devastating things
and
happening
if people
down there.
do
and I
need
hope
artwork
that,
or a
people
little
get censored
intro
from talking
for
about
their
it, and
videos,
people don't stop talking about it.
It doesn't have to be
just
like
because there are a
this.
few
I can
bad
develop
actors out
it
there
out
who
of
like to downplay
AI,
the whole
or if
thing.
he has a piece, I can take it and make it come alive. It takes a bit of data and a bit of time, but I'm willing to do that for people. And if you help me build a portfolio. Like right now, I'm just doing these as practice, and I haven't done them in so long. I wanted to challenge myself. I call myself an artist, but can I still just pull magic out of a hat? And so far, so good. I am very proud. Okay, is this going? It's still too hot. I'm not throwing you in the fridge. Whoa. Well, that could be part of it too. There's 3.3 gigs of data that's kind of locking up my whole cloud server. Oopsie daisy. So what else do I have on here? I think I have still a few more bikini girls, which I don't know how I got them out of that. The little Tom McDonald speech. So this is everyone who helped on the video. And here's the video. Let's just play this.
Hop in the truck, 10 of my buddies are already drunk. We don't go nowhere that doesn't have liquor and cigarettes, ride a mechanical bulls in the car. We like to hunt, leave with a gun.
Yeah, it's exciting doing it.
For the people we pop in the clutch, we ain't stuck in the mud. I'm the white boy with the baseball bat, with the face tattoos and a NASCAR hat, in a backyard like Strap Dart. Got a glass jar full of tobacco that's blacker than asphalt, rolling with hundreds of crackers who acting like animals. They cannot handle their alcohol. We the white boys from the backwoods and the bad hoods and the trailer park trash that pack guns. When I was younger, they taught me to struggle and hustle like 200 bikers, and they were my brothers. We coming for blood and you running for cover. Addicted to drugs in the gutter, been drunker than anyone leaving the club. We go dumber than thugs. We got mullets and putters and multiple gunners that come in Hummers. You under the rubber, you'll never recover. Chain smoke in my lungs hurt, my neck red, got sunburns, bumping Eminem, we all know the words, bunch of white boys flipping hella birds. Hillbilly really don't care if you like them, little bit of moonshine fire inside them, kill him in a minute, don't care who's fighting. You don't wanna trip on the kids of Vikings, ammo and mullets and cowboy hats out in public, got ammo stashed in my cousins and catching addicts and covers. They all diss and we don't listen, can't hear it no more. We gone fishing, they gone missing, I told y'all before. I be on some white people, hanging out the window of a truck, yelling, I don't give a fuck. White people. Every time they see me pulling up, they be like, oh my God, he be on some white people. Jumping out the plane, no parachute, so I'ma get the sooner. I ain't learned from school, always ditch fairs. Bueller, screw your little truck, my square body over there. It's cooler, every white boy riding with me over there. Shooters, I'm the white boy with the monster pump. Sit shotgun with a pop the truck, the Northern am so off the jump. I'm up, I rock a lots of guns. This ain't soccer, but watch him run. Shoot him in the lung, need oxygen. Huffing blood like he up and does. Talk too much till it's fucking shut. I'm never gonna back up too much ammo. We got hammered, used to battle. Have my fight right on the gravel. Back in the day, we used to handle like men, but now we're canceled. Look at us like stage for cancer. Look at them like pull your pants up. Dumbass kids ain't got no answer. Looked up to dudes with tattoos and rap views and fat moves and abuse in my past acting stupid. I used the bad news for the gas to keep moving. I made it where I'm at. Now you rather see me losing. All my guys got tattoos on their face. They did the time they got jammed. What the hell's a blue check? They ain't got no Instagram. Ask around, everyone knows. They might think that I care, but I don't. I'll be on some white people. Hanging out the window of a truck, yelling, I don't give a fuck. White people. Every time they see me pulling up, they be like, oh my God, he be on some white people.
Yes, segregated, but I'm still in the mix. I've been with time before you got cancer for speaking the truth about the world and exposing it for what it actually is. I see race as an issue, I'm running it back to the government to tell them this is a democratic, liberated, conservative, patriarchy, dipped in action, affirmative hit song. Bet they still cut me a check. State that I'm in, my mind is way deeper than color. I ain't think I'm blue versus red. I'm in control, consider I'm carrying more than you know. One in the chamber that's ready to blow. Right at you push through clear you won't. I'ma keep praying that you get exposed. Promise, I'm not abiding by rule that you set for me. I'm not that mad at the past. I mean, it was only a couple of centuries. Well, actually, I'm pissed, but won't let that be my identity. So on behalf of all blacks, I forgive and don't want to be enemies. Just say you're sorry and talk to me nice. This is comedic. If you get offended, that's a reflection of your own life and how you failed to live it right. So it's not black versus white, it's wrong versus right. Cause color is just a result of these multiple factors that we didn't choose. I mean, mom, dad, race, religion, things we're born into. Generational curses that get undone once we undo moves. See life from a different view beyond our own skew. Manipulated by the news, true things they use to confuse the masses. Put us in social classes, separated by percentage and paid for taxes. Income brackets, clothes, cars, shoes, size of asses. I mean, they're trying to blackmail me once I black out all these demographics. The push past the stereotypical average. They get blackballed and they cut all my traffic.
Oh my God, he be on some black people. Hanging out the window of the truck, screaming, I don't give a fuck. Black people. Every time they see me pulling up, they be like, oh my God, he be on some white people.
Freaking awesome. That is always like, that is so awesome. Yeah. Well, otherwise you just sort of, we have Hawaii real estate premiere. I'm just going to do a quick little check, see what else I have up. But I might draw him live just because, it is important. Oh, God, this is, that one. We're going to take a little break before I pull that one up because I do think it's important to highlight what's going on in Hawaii. So much is, oh God, I know. I am like getting to the point, like just on the one app, I'm up to 1,000 photos and like I think I've probably done around 10,000 since, you know, I think I discovered it in like March or April. Like I wasn't gonna try it. Oh, come on, you aren't too hot. Cool down. Maybe if I move it to where the photos are, it'll cool down. Well, this has been a good challenge, like just to do art and animation again. You know, it's like I was saying to one of my best friends. I was keeping all my artwork below the table, like tucked away, and all my laundry on the couch. And now I'm like, you know, the more I go through, the more I'm like, I undervalued myself so much when I was younger. And I think a lot of that's what you do when you're young. You just, especially when you're in university and you have all the pressure of other people competing for grants and positions, and, you know, and when you're young, you fame and Hollywood and all of that and money, it all just seems so glamorous. And now at my age, I'm like, you people are corrupt assholes. Like, I mean, hey, I love money. Let's just, everyone loves money, but I just find the way we're looking at it and the way we're looking at, like, I consider myself an activist, not an influencer. There is a huge difference. And when someone, oh, I'm a YouTube influencer, it's like you might as well just say you're a dumbass. You know, it's like I don't even need to say I'm an activist. People already know who I am. I don't need to, you know, I don't need to flex that way, let's just say. And I definitely want to pull him up because if he is live, he is highlighting people. I will pull up the link to his channel because, like, all the people he is featuring in his videos, all the money he generates from that video go directly to them. He's not keeping anything. He is basically, like, he's just doing this because he cares about his home. You know, I think if it was me, I would be, I love you, Jamie Russell, but I'm not playing you. No, we already played that. Okay, where is it? Come on. There we go. Oh, yeah.
God, honestly, the winds were blowing so hard. People were saying 70 miles an hour. It felt more like 100 miles an hour at some points.
Oh, just
and
no, I need the link.
Yeah,
so if you want,
it was kind of surreal because I had only the clothes on my back, and I didn't realize that my house was going to burn. I didn't think it was going to start going that way. And because from Waikuli, you can't really tell, but from all the black smoke, all the houses.
Oh, no.
Burning from Lahaina. I mean, it's right in between basically Shark Pit and Waikuli.
There we go.
So we were kind of blindsided, and I had no idea if my house was going to be there or not in the morning. But, you know, it's hard because you don't realize
to watch if you are
lost until
very
you lost
triggered
it.
by
and
the recent
it's honestly
events.
Such a humbling,
you know, this is probably not the channel
when
for you.
Lose everything you have.
You know, I am doing still the artwork, but
are just wearing shorts
it's important to
some
keep
slippers, and that's all you have. So
keep the information going. Like,
yeah,
let's not let this get swept under the carpet. Like,
it's still
why the fuck did Biden take 5 days?
How much we have to rebuild and how long that's going to take.
5 days to address
definitely
this.
Not something to take lightly.
Like, this is ridiculous. It is.
You guys want to talk about what
I would almost say it's like close to genocide.
What
I think that's why it just disturbs me. You know?
Sure.
For the first couple days after the fire, I didn't see anything coming from the government, and a lot of it was just community and just out of the goodness of people's hearts. Donation drives were set up. The food bank was a really big help. I know Mercy Chefs had stepped in up at Plantation. And a lot of it was just people just doing what they thought was right, using their own boats, their own charter boats from their company, bringing stuff and supplies from the other side. And anywhere you went, it was just, what do you need? What can we help? How can we help you guys? And it was just like, people were just helping people, you know? I think the government stepped in, I want to say almost like a week after the fire.
Yeah.
That's when National Guard was set up. And National Guard was just there just for the point of keeping people out of the neighborhoods and so that they could do searches and whatnot. I do know that FEMA is helping in town recover bodies, and they're helping chemo as well. Chemo's been allowed to help move some structures out of the way so that the cadaver dogs can get in there and recover people. But yeah, as far as I've seen from this end, it's all just been the people helping the people, and it's been not just Maui that's helping Maui, it's the other islands and some outer states as well. People just coming from all over each way, just reaching out their hands and being willing to help has been super heartwarming for sure. So
yeah, Lahaina and the people all around us have really stepped in. We have probably the strongest community of anyone I can think of. I mean, I've lived here my whole life. Sarah's born and raised in Hawaii. She came over here when she was 17. She's been here for 4 years, and you know, she's even touched by how much we come together as a community to help one another. And after the fires, you know, like that night that it was all happening still, you could see when the sun went down, you could see the flames, even all the way from Napili-Hau, like all the flames from Lahaina. And it was just like, I knew that everybody was going to help one another, but I didn't know to the extent that it would go. And it's just, like she said, so heartwarming and so cool. I don't put it past us as a community to help one another and do the things that we've done. You know, I've heard countless stories of some of my personal friends, some of their family passing away, and other stories of people barely making it out. So many of my friends barely making it out. And, you know, I'm blessed to say that a lot of them have, but a lot of them haven't. And I think that goes to show kind of the places where we need help next time, you know. I don't want to say that there's going to be another fire, but there is going to be another fire, because that's just reality. It happens every year. And we had this time around, it just felt like no one really knew what was happening. They didn't know how bad the fires were going to get. And I'm not trying to down anybody. I don't really think, obviously some things could have been done differently throughout the county. Just preparing people and letting them know that the fire was worse than it was. You know, sometimes we get like flood alerts on our phones, or we get stuff like that sent out to the whole community. But this time around, we didn't get anything. No one really knew. And everybody was just kind of holding their ground because, you know, everybody's been here for so long, generations. Some of these houses are generations on generations long, and people just were trying to protect what they had. And by the time they thought it was time to go, it was already too late. And yeah, we have a long ways to go, but wow, it's like this whole entire week we've had everybody just hands on deck. Every beach is filled up with a boat that has supplies on supplies coming to get food drives. People need clothes, everything. From day one, it was all there for us. And yeah, it's National Guard. It's interesting to see them all come in. As soon as they stepped in, Chemo was helping throughout the whole week. And as soon as they stepped in, Chemo was trying to go through the same place to get to his base yard to help out. And, you know, they wouldn't let him through. And it's interesting to see that it almost kind of felt that without the National Guard, that we were doing better off as a community, like Kimo said, and he keeps posting, and he's very big on social media. He's just been telling everybody, stay here, because our people is what makes Lahaina Lahaina. And without that, what are we,
I definitely think that there should have been some warning more than word of mouth. For me personally, a phone call from my brother. That's the warning that I got, that there was a fire. And I know a lot of people didn't get a warning from anyone. I met multiple people who, it was a Tuesday afternoon, people were taking a nap, I've met a few people who were either waking up by their roommate or by smoke inhalation, and they woke up and they grabbed their dog and they ran down the street. I watched a press conference where he said he didn't regret sounding the siren, which I'm pretty sure everyone knows was just not the best thing to say, but a warning is a warning, If I'm taking a nap, I'm going to hear a siren, and I'm going to wake up, and I'm going to figure out what's going on. I just feel like there could have been a few more steps that could have been taken to at least save one or two more lives. It could have been a lot less, a fire's devastating, but it could have been a lot less devastating with lower numbers on the death toll. And I think that could have been accomplished by sounding some sort of an alarm, sending out a nationwide text message. I mean, they sent out a false nuclear missile a few years ago, and they couldn't send out that there's a fire coming this year. I think there were a lot of excuses made, but the fire department definitely did what they could have done. A lot of them lost their homes, and that's what you sign up for, is to just keep fighting for your community. And I'm super grateful to the fire department for doing their job and doing the best that they could. But as far as more higher overseers, I do believe that there could have been more of a warning to the people of Lahaina, especially because I was just warned by my brother, luckily enough. But I know there's a lot of people who didn't get that, so. You want to say anything? Getting a phone call.
No. All right, you guys want to continue on to talk about what you want the future for Lahaina and what might happen and what the ideal situation.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just as much as any other person, or especially someone who's Hawaiian, you never want to see the land here go to just some big money maker and somebody who's rich who's not going to care about the culture and just put whatever a big ugly building they want here. I feel like Lahaina can be restored in its natural beauty or just a new one if we have the right people in here building and doing what they know best. I do believe that Lahaina land should stay in Lahaina hands, and that's the best way to just keep Hawaii is keep Hawaiians in Hawaii. And it was already a problem before the fires of people being priced out of paradise, and now the matters are just a lot worse. The odds are not in people's favors here, and it's so easy for people. I know I've met a few people who just feel like their life has ended here because there's no job, there's no school for their kids, there's no house, and they leave. But I do think it's important to stand your ground and keep your land here if you can. Even though the rebuilding of Lahaina is going to take a few years for sure, if you have an opportunity to keep Lahaina, I definitely hold on to it.
Yep, couldn't have said it better. Lahaina, keep it Lahaina. I mean, growing up here, honestly, nothing has changed. The only thing is that there's been higher numbers in tourism, probably a little bit more people that didn't live here before are now living here. That's the one thing that we love it, the tourism aspect. It keeps us on our feet, but we need to keep Lahaina as it once was. And, that may be that might not be possible. Like she said, the 75-foot rule from the water. There's so many things that go into now what we could have done, but Front Street, we don't know if Front Street's going to be Front Street anymore. We need to start looking at what reality is, because it's called historical Lahaina, and everything historic, from my knowledge, is gone. The library is gone. All of our museums are gone on Front Street. Everything that we once knew is no longer here. It's just in our memories, which is, the people who knew Lahaina before the fires will always hold with them. But it's going to be so interesting to see what Lahaina becomes. And I think what we can start doing is keep our lands to the people who actually own land in Hawaii, and not just the homeowners, but the business owners. And because with business owners comes also the business people and their families. So keeping it real and keeping it how it used to be is going to be the best part to keep Lahaina strong and kind of create what we used to have. And even whenever all the fires were happening, like I was telling people, I'm gonna miss doing that. I'm gonna miss the cars and random lots. I'm gonna miss the burnt down cars and fields, and I know that's not eco-friendly and all that, but that was Lahaina. There was a lot of stuff that is not going to be the same, and it's going to be a whole new community. It's going to look all brand new, which is going to be interesting, because some of these buildings are hundreds of years old. And I know, I think it was Lahaina Restoration, they were starting to redo houses that were hundreds of years old, and all those houses are gone. So I'd say just trying to keep Lahaina as much as it can the same, try and keep it in good hands, especially with we've been talking story about who's going to start building all of everything back up, who's going to start bulldozing everything. And there's talk of Goodfellow coming in to take over all of that, and that's really not going to be ideal for anybody, and that means no one's going to make money in that case. No local people. I mean, they'll hire local people, but they might just fly in people from the mainland to come help do that, and that's not what we want. We want people like Alpha. We want all the local people to get that work that they've always had, and they should have for the rest of their lives here in Lahaina and in the rest of the island. So, yeah.
So for all the people out there in the world, they're all watching us, what do you have to tell them about how they can help or they are able to come back and visit?
I would say it's best to support and donate to families directly. I know there's a bunch of fundraisers and widespread GoFundMes that are set up for people, but I feel like the best way you can personally bless someone is just to do it from one to one person. There's a bunch of GoFundMe links floating around. There's a bunch of Venmos posted. I know there's an Instagram account. I can't remember what the name is, but they've been posting a bunch of Venmos of families who have lost their homes, and just to support people. There are a lot of people who have just lost everything. After the fire, I would wake up and I'm like, I own nothing. And it's super weird. And it was very heartwarming just to not be able to have to ask for help, because the community here just does it without request. And, all of the donations and everything is really great, but people who have just had their house burnt down, they want financial stability as well. And that's why I believe it's a really good option to just find a local family's GoFundMe, ask around, look up those Instagram pages. You can just directly send somebody $5. If there were a whole state who just sent one person $5, that's a lot of money. Doesn't have to be a couple grand, but financial stability is really important moving forward for people's lives after this. Yeah.
I would say the biggest part is just helping the families who need it. There's, like Shara said, there's a lot of people, including myself and Sierra, that have lost literally everything. I used to be a professional stand-up paddleboard, and I had all of my surfboards. I had all of my memories, all of everything that I grew up with is in my house, and it's all gone, you know. Like, my favorite thing was to go into the water, into the ocean, and surf and wash off my day. And now I don't have even one board to do so, you know. And that right there is that was the biggest, craziest thing to me, is that I don't even have a board or anything to do with. And now, just because of the people that I love around me, I can do that, and I can go get myself another board to live the way we once did. And, you know, the biggest part is just giving back. That's all we need right now. And if you don't have money, if you don't have anything to give, we just say a prayer. You know, that's also the biggest thing. Me and Sarah and her whole family, we all love God. And if you don't love God and you don't know who God is, just say a prayer anyways. He'll hear you, and that's what we're here to do. If you have $0, you can't even spend to eat, you know, just say a prayer. That's all you can really do at that point. And sometimes it doesn't come down to the money. It comes down to the people who are sending us water, sending us some crackers. It doesn't matter. So just, you know, anything you can do will help our community and help our people.
And what about the people that are wanting to come back and visit? And the people that might be trying to buy land in Lahaina specifically?
I'd say as far as visiting, it's kind of a touchy subject right now, especially on the west side. I know there are a few things going around about Kahului side is open, you know, north side is open, but I know personally, like, if you are planning to visit Maui, which I would not recommend right now, don't come to the west side. There's nothing here for you to do unless you're willing to help and volunteer. You know, it's just, there was a whole town that burnt down along with memories, loved ones, animals. The town is going to rebuild, but before that, we need time to mourn and grieve. You know, you grieve people, but you also grieve a town and all the memories that left with it. And just, I just like know that, like, it's just not to see it like a family come by, like on the beach on vacation during a time like this. It's not helping anyone. But I do know that on the other side of the island, a lot of businesses are open and fully functioning, and there are a lot of tourism industries on that side. If you feel the need to come to Maui just for a vacation, definitely stay on that side, support those local businesses over there. Unless you're bringing donations in or willing to help and volunteer and put some hours in on this end, stay on that side, you know. Yeah.
I'd say the same, you know, as far as coming to Maui, you know, this is one of the biggest tourist attractions in the world. And, you know, Maui's been rated #1 for many years as the best of the Hawaiian Islands. And, you know, this used to be the capital of Hawaii, and people love coming here for that reason. But a lot of people love to come to the west side specifically. And there is no west side, really. It's only us. The west side is our community now. And all we have as of right now is Laniapoko and Napili all up north. So I'd say if you're going to come visit, you know, at least if you're going to come visit, like Sarah said, don't come to the west side. But when you come, lend a hand, no matter what it is. It doesn't matter, you know. If it's unloading one boat or if it's literally going and supporting other businesses, that helps too, because a lot of the businesses that didn't get affected in Kahului, wherever on that other side, they're actually helping us a lot too. You know, they're donating money to us, or they're donating meals to us, you know. A lot of our food has been free because just we have such a great community that just wants to help. It doesn't matter about the money. So just the #1 thing is being very respectful and just understanding that we're all like really grieving. This is our home. This is our Aina. This is where we've all grown up, and it's so sad to see people that are still here. And, you know, like, I've been to the beach a couple of times just to try and wash off my day and try and get some normalcy again. And it is very interesting seeing tourists still here. And we we're not trying to be mean about it or upset about it, but it is concerning when we see people not helping and just trying to have a good time when there's a crisis happening on this island. So yeah, just be respectful and come with an open heart and willing to help our community.
And if people want to donate to you guys directly, do you guys have a GoFundMe set up?
I do. I have a GoFundMe set up for my mom and I. Money's not going to replace certain things. My father had passed away 4 years ago, and we had lost pretty much everything that belonged to him. And yeah, you know, as much as anybody else who lost their house, we do have to start over from scratch. And like I said earlier, financial stability is always a great start. And as to the people who have already donated to my mom and I am deeply grateful. I've started like writing personal thank yous, but I haven't gotten through all of them. But support has been overwhelming, especially from strangers. I'm seeing a lot of names I don't even recognize, and it's just, you know, it's showing a lot of aloha, and I'm so grateful for that. So thank you.
And for me personally, you know, I'm blessed enough to have family out in the mainland who actually made our GoFundMe for us, and you know, we're well off. I don't need anything personally. You know, I'd rather it go to Sierra and her mom or someone else who really needs it or seems like they need some more help or they lost a family member. Yeah, personally, I don't need anything, but just a prayer, like I said, always helps. It always goes a long way, just hearing those prayers and knowing that they're coming through for us. But yeah, just donating to other families and, you know, like Sarah said, there's some just pages full of families that have lost everything, and all it takes is $1 even, or a prayer, like I said. So yeah, I'm good personally, but just helping our community and helping others that need it, it's going to be huge.
Wow. That was intense. Where are we? Wow. Like, what can you say to that? Like, you know, these people lost everything. And so if you go on to, because on Twitter, comments don't show up. So if I don't post something, people can't, you know, actually donate to, because everyone on their channel, every story is, you know, the more you like, the more you subscribe to them, the more the views go up and the more donations these people get. And there are so many families affected right now. I'm going to take a little break from my blog just to show you. Okay, you know, I've been doing my drawing. This is kind of the update. But I'm going to show you the animation, and it's taken me literally 2 hours and 10 minutes to get this far for this teeny tiny little clip. And some of it's not loading right, and I have more earlier ones. This was just a test animation for it. Hopefully this is the right one. No, that's not the right one. That was the stingray. We are going to go back to that one. Well, I hope you feel better. Yeah, I am amazed with how it's totally old school. This is not AI. And you've seen me literally sitting here drawing. But it takes so much to actually get it. And just being like doing little lines at once is just driving me crazy. But I'm hoping in another 2 hours I can fill in at least the Eiffel Tower. Let's see how far I get. I might do some more of the cats. Like, I kind of had to work like over just so I'm not like dragging my hand across everything. And I am amazed with this. Just shut down that blog. That way I'm not getting confused. It's easy for blondes to get confused. All the jokes are true. We aren't really offended by them. Like we know it. Like, and let's, wow. So this was like taking me the 2 hours just to do this little amount. And I know it doesn't look impressive, but I'm going to pull it into a more cohesive. It's kind of hypnotic. I love how like the center, like you can see it start to fill in. But I think for like a directed study or, you know, this is pretty crazy what I've done. I'm actually really impressed with this. I didn't think it turned out so well, and I'm still, like I said, I'm still working on it, so I still have all of this side to fill in, and then more on this side. This little area, yeah, you see, like I got the little circle around it, but I want to fill this area in more. It'll happen. But this is, yeah, just me. And this is like a really, if people are on budgets, you know, school supplies are expensive, but this is a really cheap project. Say if you're looking for something for a community group, like to do, like say, you know, you're volunteering at a shelter and you want to do, or you're, you know, I think the patience level for this is like upper high school. There are some kids in middle school, even elementary school, who would have the focus to sit down and do this. Not a lot. Just to save yourself a lot of trouble. But if you have older kids, you know, I know summer vacation is pretty much winding down, but this is a good activity to, you know, that everyone in the family can do together. And like, see, I use these like art deck, you know, the stupid stuff you used to throw in walls, but you have an instant base for your ideas. And on this one, I use the stickers. And it's a good way, like, you know, you can go to a dollar store, basically pay $10 for your whole family, you know, say a family of 4, just to play the stereotypes, you know, to each do a project as, you know, a weekend activity, you know, or something at the cottage, or, you know, and even younger kids would get into this. There was a warning label on the stickers that it wasn't a toy and it was a choking hazard. I was like, oh my God, maybe the bag? I don't know. I don't know sometimes about warning labels. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from this side back over, let it dry, then go from that side over just kind of work my way. You know, I was going to go up and down, but working my way over is seeming to fit better with the animation, because then at the end it'll kind of like swirl around. I like how it like, I love that center part because it like, I'm getting it. It just is so long. So I'm going to pull up my other blog again. Thank you for indulging me. I just wanted to give you an update on what I've been doing. Like, I'm not just like sitting here ignoring everyone. I'm, trying to not overheat my phone first and foremost. Been a challenge today, and I see that evil glowing sun coming in. I am part vampire, so just I can say it. I love tanning. I love going to the beach, but it just sometimes it just screws up my lighting, and it's good. And at least it's like it's a little cooler, so it's going to. Yeah, I'm going to pull up my blog again. I just wanted to show you the animation so far. Like, for 2 hours work for just this tiny little clip, it's, and this isn't, I'm up to, I think, 100 photos. And I said I wanted to do 150 for the whole one to put together, which I'm going to have to figure out somehow on a better program, because I'm so close to making it. And I think if I speed it up, I think I would like try it on like double speed on YouTube, and it might actually like look, except then it's like I need even more clips, Oh, this is going to be a nightmare, but I'm going to get it. I'm going to figure this out. It's something I always dreamed of doing. And already I can see like little parts I can start filling in once I pull up my site again and get another clip. Because I did have more. Okay. Come on, load. Don't be like this. Okay. Yeah, I was into the bikini ladies. Did the crawfish. Bikini. Oh yeah, we were on to the stingray. This is, if you are cringy with I got this. I will figure it out. This is like, for today, it's just a starting experiment. Like, I haven't done this little stop motion OCD type animation, and some of it, there's little gray parts in here. So I might even, if I really get ambitious, fill those in. We'll see how my time goes. I kind of like them in the background, just like ghost images, because it fits with some of the other background images. Yeah, this is like way bigger than I thought it would end up being, but I'm having so much fun. And that's actually one of the news articles. It's like, I'll weigh into it when we get to it. But yeah, if you are cringy with animals, you might want to not watch this next clip, because this is like, and I'm never swimming in Florida. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, yeah, it's warm. I will, like, there's very little in the Pacific that's going to kill me other than a riptide or doing something dumb. Like, we don't have sharks. We don't have, like, sometimes the otters will fuck with you. You got to watch, but that's more like if you're on a fishing boat, they'll like pull people over. Fun fact. Or sometimes kayaks. Not usually kayaks, usually just the fishing boats. And we're starting to get California seals up here, which aren't good. I mean, we had some, but okay. Yeah, I just wanted to give this disclaimer before this next clip, because this one is like full of cringe, but it's like a 1 in a million chance something would happen to you down there. I shouldn't be afraid. It's just, the Pacific might be cold. That's why I have a wetsuit, and stuff like this won't happen. And there's no gators. I don't know. Are the gators in the ocean, or are they more a freshwater thing? I don't know. Like, you deal with some crazy stuff down there. Oh, no, don't do that. There you go.
An Apollo Beach woman is recovering in the hospital in Florida tonight after being stung by a stingray while wading into the water in Ruskin, Florida.
Well, thankfully, she's alive here today. Fox's Matthew McClellan talked to her and has how this entire thing unfolded and what she wants you to know. If the first thing that comes to mind upon hearing this story is the crocodile hunter, Steve Irwin, his untimely death nearly 20 years ago, it is because that's how unusual it is to hear about upper body trauma, a puncture wound from the venomous spine of a stingray. This woman's name is Christy O'Brien. She's being treated at St. Joseph's Hospital in Tampa, calling this a freak accident and a warning for some viewers. You may find these pictures we're going to show you disturbing. Yeah. To set the scene for you, it was Tuesday when O'Brien, with her husband, they were at Little Harbor in Ruskin. She said she wanted to cool off from the heat on Tuesday, so she wades into the water only about knee deep. When she leans back to wet her hair and shoulders, she reports feeling a sharp stabbing pain in her upper back. Then as she leans forward to get out of the water, her husband, back on the beach, horrified by what he sees, a live stingray hanging by its tail from O'Brien's mouth. Piercing her upper back more than 4 inches deep and missing her lung by mere inches. O'Brien knew not to agitate the animal by making any movements. Paramedics
just stay really calm.
It was terrifying, like feeling them cut it loose, and then it like flipped away. And at this point, I started becoming hysterical.
I would have been hysterical before.
Not alive on me anymore, but the barb was still in me. It was quite terrifying.
At the hospital, a trauma team carefully removing the spine. O'Brien now being treated for poisoning from the stingray's venom. She's on antibiotics to treat any possible bacterial infection from the very warm water. O'Brien says in the moment she was certain she was going to die, but that it was her husband who kept her from panicking. She's also thanking those first responders who came into the water to free her from that stingray. She says as a longtime Florida resident, she does plan on getting back into the water, maybe just not into the bay next time. Reporting from Ruskin, Matthew McClellan, Fox News. Wow.
I know, everyone's like,
just kind of being aware and trying to stay calm. Her husband was there to help, but that is a very
dangerous situation. We'll get it off, honey. Don't worry about it.
Close to her lung. Thank goodness she's doing okay and able to talk.
Like, amazing, like, because
you guys try to cool off this summer.
And that's just like back, like, and she wasn't even that deep. Like, that's how close to shore it was. Like, that's freaky. That one was a freaky clip. And then more Okay, that one's unavailable. Whatever. Now look at her closely. Can you see something like, yeah, she's really hot, but she also has 3 arms. That's the problem with AI. Sometimes like it'll just get a little creative on it, and it's almost demonic. Maybe that's why I like it. Yeah, like she's so cute, but I literally would have to edit out. But maybe that's not a problem. Oh God, this is hilarious. Yeah. I would be too.
It was like an episode of To Catch a Predator. The children literally screamed and ran away from him. Joe Biden then stroked one of their faces. Watch.
These kids like so enthusiastic. They're like, whatever. Okay, that was a little staged, but he is such a gross man. Like, it's like every time you see him around kids, he's like trying to smell them. I just think that's weird. Okay, that was a really good talk. I was listening to on X/Twitter or whatever. She is not what I tried to prompt. Oh, yeah, this one. Isn't she? Yeah, this is sexy and glamorous.
I'm like, we're too educated. When you're 12 years old, you're like, I feel like I'm in the wrong body. And that's fine. Like, that's how you feel. And then if you continue that lifestyle, then that's your life. But my job as an adult and a human being is to respect the choices that people make.
Shouldn't we be able to define what it means to be born in the wrong body?
Well, we can define what it means to be in the wrong body.
Okay, what does that mean?
I feel like I'm in the wrong body. That's what it means. I think children are extremely naive, and I think children will listen to the adults around them.
You know, 10-year-olds engage in magical thinking, right?
Absolutely. I'm a school counselor. That's my job. I literally do this professionally.
Have you changed since you were 10 years old?
Absolutely.
Did you learn some things since you were 10?
I would hope so.
So probably the way you think when you're 15 is a lot different than 10.
Your morals and your identity, those things for me haven't changed.
Well, when I was 10 years old, I believed Santa Claus came down my chimney and put presents under the tree.
Right, because children believe in magical thinking. Children are extremely naive, and I think children will listen to the adults around them. I'm a school counselor.
Pretty much. It's who was it? Blair White made the best comment, and she was, yeah, there's no vegan cats. Like, these kids are getting it from somewhere, and you know, hey, if you want to do it as an adult, that is great. All the power to you. If you're pushing it on kids, it's wrong. Oh, this guy's slick. This guy did something.
I don't even have an extra, run, because I saw last year somebody had access to the best. That was you.
Ow! I like the old people just like applauding him doing the face plant. Let's see what this is. I'm going to just turn on the notification for that one. I'm not going to go for it. Yeah, that guy was awesome. Like, that actually looked pretty fun. I'd almost be stupid enough to try it. That was a good reading. Yeah, this is a cool little trick.
Aging the tombstones for my witchy wife's wicked cemetery started with a base layer of black and brown paint. I used a sponge to apply the paint. I then sprayed a diluted black-brown paint in some areas, followed
Just
by a
some
diluted moss color in other areas.
Easy,
Then water.
do-it-yourself,
It washes the paint from some areas and carries it to other areas. It creates drips and runs of color to add to the algae and moss-covered realism. I used only 4 colors to age these tombstones: black, brown, moss green, and rust. There's no artistic ability required to make tombstones realistic enough to scare the neighbors. I have about as much artistic ability as a drunken giraffe with finger paints, but look what I did here with 4 simple colors and a spray bottle of water. I secured the tombstones by pounding 3-foot stakes into the ground and then zip tying the stakes to cable tie mounts on the back of the tombstones. For some of the bigger headstones, I used more than 1 stake. And here is our cemetery all decked out for the big night. So many happy headstones all gathered together with a bunch of other friends hanging out too.
Amazing?
The Shrimp Witch was thrilled with her spooky haunted cemetery. In fact, I have a hunch I'll be making her an even spookier one next Halloween, but we'll just have to see about that. Now stay tuned, because I'm going to show you how to make a better version of this Grandin Road tombstone for a fraction of the price.
He has an awesome channel, and it's great ideas. Like, you don't like something like this. You don't need to spend a lot of money to do something fancy for your house. And sometimes the process of just making art, because when you look at it, you will remember that time in your life or that moment with your kid. Like, don't just buy posters for your kids' room. Do a collage. Get glue sticks and get a cheap frame from the dollar store. That kid will remember that moment with you, as much as the art piece. Sometimes it is that simple. It really is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is okay. I'm really sorry.
Regarding your comment regarding Disney Plus.
I personally, as a mother and wife, look carefully at my credit card bill once a month. And last Sunday, I said to the kids, "You're older now. You don't want to watch Disney anymore. Let's cut that Disney Plus subscription."
And Canadians, in some instances, calling that out of touch with Canadians in general. And I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Of course. Look, I think I want to start by really recognizing that I am a very privileged person, for sure. Like other elected federal leaders, I am paid a really significant salary, and I know that that puts me in a really, really privileged position. And I really recognize that it is not people like me, people who have my really good fortune, who are struggling the most in Canada today.
I know, it's so cringe. It's
the
so
people
cringe.
who are struggling in Canada today with today's high prices aren't people like me.
No,
They're
they
not
aren't.
federally elected
They
politicians.
aren't Nazis. That's
They
for
are
damn
people
sure.
across the country who earn a low income, who really do find that today's high prices mean they have to make difficult choices about what food to buy, about whether to buy groceries or pull together the money to pay the rent. So I 100% recognize that.
Hi, Grandma.
And in fact, it is that recognition which
If I made her money, I
so
could
much of the
retire
fall
in
economic
probably
statement.
5 years.
Which shaped our
And I wouldn't need to
decision
cancel my
to
Disney if I
focus
actually wanted to
government
get it.
resources on helping the most vulnerable. which drove our decision to double the GST tax credit that goes to the 11 million most vulnerable households in Canada.
Yeah.
And those checks started to arrive.
So
on Friday.
What is it going to help?
That's really important. It is that recognition that the people in Canada who are struggling,
that's how that works.
For whom inflation
you're getting a timeout from
really
I'm not dealing with this shit today.
A direct personal challenge are people like the low-income workers who earn the Canada Worker Benefit, who will be getting the Canada Worker Benefit. And that's why we have taken the decision to pay that Canada Worker Benefit in advance so people don't have to wait to get that support.
Oh, excuse me.
And then finally, a group which is struggling is our young people. And that is why we've taken the decision to eliminate permanently the federal interest on Canada Student and Canada Apprentice loans.
Wow. It's like pathetic. Like, it's so just like she just says, like, yeah, oh, you need to cancel your Disney, like right at Christmas too. You know, which is the time like that is cheap entertainment. That would have been cheaper than going to block, Disney Plus, just to put it into perspective for people, is cheaper than going to Blockbuster Video, 20, before they ended, And it means so much to families. Like, yeah, at Blockbuster, you could have rented maybe 3 videos for that if you were lucky. And so to get a whole channel of things you can just amuse your family with, everyone's happy. I don't think her family's very happy. I wouldn't be happy. I feel bad for kids. It's I doubt they said that. There are no vegan cats. Oh, you're getting old. It's no, Mom, you're being a bitch. Oh, this is cute. This one is cute.
All right, folks, this is something the internet's been waiting for a long time. Let's get your phones out, okay? Mr. President, the people wanted to hear it. They wanted to hear it. You did a fantastic job. And I have to say this. We are going to help you win in a landslide. Worse than Chris Christie after a night at Taco Bell.
That was good. That was.
Somebody's not dead. It just lives in our movement.
Yeah. I had another clip in there, but yeah, this was a cute little reading. I don't normally see guys like this doing tarot readings, but he was actually really awesome. I don't normally pull them up. That one's long. I'm going to pull that one up closer to the end. That one's a good one. How long is this one? 10?
Well, hey there. It's August 25th, 2023. A lot's changed since the last time I sat here and spoke.
I think a lot of people are familiar with the song. I'll pull it up.
My friends and family have asked me how I'm doing. Everybody is wondering if I've lost my sanity yet, and I'm surprisingly calm and at peace. I don't even know what to say, but I feel thankful to be given this opportunity. The music side is exciting, and all the Billboard, iTunes charts, and all that crap. That's great, but what's the exciting part's been the conversations I've had with people and the things I've learned just in a couple of weeks about the human spirit. And and about all sorts of other things, the music industry and how dirty everything is.
Yeah.
Like it's worse than you think.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. It is.
So I don't know what the future looks like for me. I'm not really too concerned about the future. I'm living in the present, and I just have to have the discernment to make the right decisions from here on out. Because I think about that guy who was sitting here a few weeks ago talking to you, and the most important thing to me is not leaving him behind. I don't want to go on some roller coaster ride and come off a different person. If there is anything for me to address at all with you, it's that it's the one thing that has bothered me is seeing people wrap politics up into this. I'm disappointed to see, like, it's aggravating seeing people on conservative news try to identify with me like I'm one of them. It's aggravating seeing certain musicians and politicians act like we're buddies and act like we're fighting the same struggle here, like that we're trying to present the same message. I've had a lot of people reach out to me, and I've tried to be polite to everybody, and I've talked to hundreds of people the last 2 weeks. It seems like certain people want to just ride the attention of this song to maybe make them their own selves relevant, and that's aggravating as hell. The other thing that I find aggravating is, like, it was funny seeing my song in it was funny seeing it at the presidential debate, because it's like I wrote that song about those people, so for them to have to sit there and listen to that cracks me up. But it was funny kind of seeing the response to it. Like, that song has nothing to do with Joe Biden, It's a lot bigger than Joe Biden. That song is written about the people on that stage, and a lot more too, not just them, but definitely them. It's cool seeing some of my other music come out, because people are, I guess, starting to appreciate and understand what it is I'm really trying to say. It's hard to get a message out about your political ideology or your belief about the world in 3 minutes and some change. But I do hate to see that song being weaponized. Like, I see the right trying to characterize me as one of their own, and I see the left trying to discredit me, I guess in retaliation. That shit's got to stop. If you watch the response videos on YouTube to this song, it's not conservative people responding to the song. It's not even necessarily Americans responding to the song. I don't know that I've seen anything get such positive response from such a diverse group of people. And I think that terrifies the people that I sing about in that song. And they've done everything they can the last 2 weeks to make me look like a fool, to spin my words, to try to stick me in a political bucket. And they can keep trying, but I'm just going to keep on writing. And I've got a lot of words to put down on paper, and I've got a lot of songs to put to chords, and I don't know what my music career is going to look like. I don't know how many shows I'm going to do and how many tours I'm going to put on, but I am going to stay true to my word. I'm going to write, produce, and distribute authentic music that represents people and not politics. I do feel compelled to address something. Since I have addressed the conservatives, I do need to address the left as well, because they're sending a message out that initial song that sort of shot me up the radar, Richmond, North of Richmond, is an attack against the poor. If you listen to my other music, it's obvious that all of my songs that reference class defend the poor. Doggone, it's a good example of that. Needles in the street, folks hardly surviving on sidewalks next to highways full of cars self-driving. The poor keep hurting and the rich keep thriving. It's like, that's what I like to sing about. And, you know, the English language is interpretive, and so I do understand, like, there may be some people who misunderstood my words in Richmond, north of Richmond. But I've got to be clear that my message, like with any of my songs, it references the inefficiencies of the government because of the politicians within it that are engulfed in bribes and extortion. And, you know, the words say that there's people on the street with nothing to eat and the obese milking welfare. That references a news article I read earlier this summer that adolescent kids in Richmond are missing meals over the summer because their parents can't afford to feed them and they're not in school to eat cafeteria lunch. And meanwhile, I think like 30 or 40% of the food bought with welfare or EBT money is in a classification of like snack food and soda. I think 10% spent on soda, and I want to say like 20 or 30% spent on junk food. And that's not the fault of those people. Welfare only makes up a small percentage of our budget. You know, we can fuel a proxy war in a foreign land, but we can't take care of our own. That's all the song's trying to say. It's just saying that the government takes people who are needy dependent and makes them needy independent. And at some point I will dissect all my lyrics of all my songs if that's what I need to do. I mean, 30-some million people understood what I was saying, but it only takes a few to try to derail the train, you know, to try to send out false narratives. And I'm sure there'll be more of that to come. It's like, it's driving people crazy to see the unity that's come from this, from all walks. This isn't a Republican and Democrat thing. This isn't even a United States thing. Like, this has been a global response. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Go on YouTube and watch all the response videos, you know? And don't shoot the messenger. Like, I'm a nobody. It's my belief that divine intervention has put me in this position in this point in time to get a message across, and that's all there is to it. Like, I'm nobody special. You know, I feel terrible almost that I've been put in this place because there are a lot of artists and musicians out there that are far more talented that have put in way more hours than me. Like, I don't deserve to sit in the top 5 places on the iTunes charts. And the truth is, I really could give a shit less about the iTunes charts. What I care about is connecting with people. What I care about is I don't know what this country is going to look like in 10 or 20 years if things don't change. I don't know what this world's going to look like. And like, something has to be done about it, you know? There's been too many people die. There's been too many people sacrifice everything they've had. People die before they're even 18, you know? Just for us to all sit here and just do the stupid shit it is that we do every day that keeps us all beat down and divided. Like, that's what I want to see stop. And I'm going to do everything I can to influence that at all costs, even if it does throw my world upside down. It's well worth it. But for now, I'm hanging in there and I'm doing what I can. And I really appreciate everybody who's along for the ride. So there's a lot more to come, and I'm excited for it. And I'll see you on the next one.
On our photo story. There we go. Okay. Sorry, trying to multitask and still keep up on this. Like, hey, I'm thinking to actually fill out this whole thing, it's going to be around 500. So I just want to keep pushing up. get this area, and then pretty much the bottom's almost filled in, unless I really want to highlight the little gray parts in it. I'm not sure if I do. It just seems like so much work, and I'm not sure if I have the right pen, but I might fill some in with color. This is just a little short.
I don't like makeup. I'm against makeup. I don't think it's good for women, and I don't think they really need to be using it, honestly. I think it takes away.
That's awesome.
I mean,
who are you?
I think it takes away from a woman's natural beauty, and also it is so bad for you. Like, you think about how skin absorbs things. When you read the ingredients on a foundation bottle, what is in it? You can't even pronounce it. It's a bunch of crap that you're putting on your face, and that is in turn making your skin worse. So you have to keep buying more foundation to cover up what it's creating.
Pretty much. I mean, I'm wearing makeup today, but I was playing make-believe. Okay, we have another one of downtown Vancouver. Oh, I don't even know. I'm going to have to do a walk around Victoria just to really... Okay, this one's so weird. Because, I mean, obviously I have toys around, but I've never really quit playing with toys or collecting them. The way it's being presented nowadays is just like, when you see this dude, it's so fetishized. It's actually like, do you have, like, you know, it's disturbing. Like, this guy is like quite literally disturbing. No, don't go to YouTube. No. Yes.
I like the sound of kidulting. It's like you're a kid and a grown-up. So what is it?
Like a grown-up recess.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the act of embracing nostalgia to do activities that really lit you up as a child.
Real
it's something
playing.
that we need. Real playing, not competitive, just all for the sake of playing.
Okay.
Toy companies are embracing the fact that adults want to play more, and they're creating things for grown-ups, 18 and older.
Gosh.
Right? The DeLorean that opens up.
Yep.
It even has the sound, like if I can reach under there, it even has lights. And all the characters, grown-ups are buying these and putting them together and collecting them. And also Knight Rider. Remember Knight Rider?
Yeah.
So Knight Rider, look, this is Kit. And Kit speaks to you and tells Michael to come get him. And like all the characters are here. David Hasselhoff character. Wow. Millennials to boomers are doing this. And actually last night I was out to dinner and a woman told me that her graduate from Harvard, who's 28, loves these Legos and are collecting these.
The Lego.
It's a rainbow portal. And welcome to Doodle World. Come in, come in.
Look how freaking cute it is. I'll be finishing the outfit with my pink platform Croc sandals. What do you think?
Isn't he so creepy? Yeah, that's just gross. I'm sorry, like, it's like it puts the lotion on its skin, kind of creepy. Just let me do like one more little line. That way it can dry and then I can like... This is gonna turn out so awesome. God, this is gonna be like a lot of photographs, but I will figure out a way to put them all together. I think put them into an album because it'll still work like an animation. Oh, we'll figure this out. And then just find better software. And then also like, yeah, see, I've gotten like more on that side, but it's also like to draw it down and then to like make it look like it's all connecting and melting into each other. What's the next one? God, I did a lot today. She turned out cute. Like, to get that out of that, that's pretty close. You know, you can see the little wings, and I think that one's almost one of the winning prompts. Like, even though it's all the same prompts, the winning image. Oh, this is hilarious. I don't know if you are familiar with JP. Yeah,
I'm Don Doomsday. It's time for the Totalitarian Olympics because it's been leaked that the tyrants will be trying to implement lockdowns once again. It's a time when the tyrannical elites will be testing their skills at inflicting germ warfare and tyrannical lockdowns to try to control everybody on the face of God's green flat earth. But the question is, are you properly prepared for the lockdowns? Or are you going to be a mindless sheep that wanders into slaughterhouse to have your liberty and freedom butchered? On this VHS tape, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know so you can be successfully prepared to stay free and ward off the unwelcome tyrannical advances of the globalists. Masking. When you have a Karen telling you to put on a mask because you're putting everyone's life at risk, here's how to put it on properly. But first, any man who wears a mask, let alone demands that you wear one, goes by the pronouns she, her, and you should address her accordingly. So to put it on properly, take it by the ear straps, opening facing away from you, and proceed to put it on her f***ing face. And then for extra safety, affix a COVID-conscious garbage bag over their head with a tight grip around their neck. And that's how to properly wear a mask. Food prepping. Lockdowns are all about control, and because there's no better way to control a population than controlling their food supply, you can expect food supply issues and shortages. This works well for the anorexic community, but for people interested in survival, you gotta take food supply issues into your own hands. Which means it's time to start raising chickens for their eggs and stop paying your taxes. With their daily egg production, you can sustain your family very well. You just got to keep the chickens alive, which means you'll probably want to get a guard dog. Your guard dog will ward off predators, keep your chickens safe, and serve as a good source of meat should your chickens ever stop laying eggs. In times of desperation, having your own food supply also involves growing vegetables. They are a great way to nutritionally sustain yourself if you're a giraffe or a zebra. And if you're a human, vegetables are also very helpful at helping you sustain your life because they're an excellent place to hide a firearm under. Your vegetable garden gives you strategic hiding spots for your firearms, which will help you protect your actual food supply. Haha, I like vegetables. Freeze! Hand-to-hand combat. Once the lockdowns are implemented, you're sure to have swarms of hungry, feral people with nanotechnology controlling the brains on your front lawn trying to take you and your family. But before you start shooting, it's always best to start off with some good old-fashioned hand-to-hand combat, which basically means using your gun as a weapon without pulling the trigger yet. Good hand-to-hand combat involves you inflicting sufficient kinetic force into the orbital bones and temples of your opponent to render them disabled. Combat! If there is sufficient amount of facial fractures, you'll have neutralized the threat. And always remember to take their We're living in a time of winner take all. Carry a constitution. During a lockdown, anytime you go out in public, you are bound to encounter people who are so terrified that they're pervasively shitting themselves to the point that grocery stores are sold out of toilet paper again. Them and their stained pants will hysterically demand that you surrender all your constitutional rights, which you're not going to do because you're carrying a copy of the Constitution. Show it to them while you tell them to go f*** themselves and then do whatever the f*** you want. Fleeing California. As with the last alleged pandemic, we're sure to see millions of people in California try to flee the North Korean rule of law that their commie state has to move to states like Texas. Now, if that's you, please pay careful attention to these instructions because I'm going to tell you exactly how to get to Texas. First, walk to your car. As you do, be sure to step over all the feces on the sidewalk so as not to track human manure into your car. Next, get in and start it. Next, orient your car so it's facing west. Then step on the accelerator and drive straight for 300 miles. Do not stop no matter what. Just keep going. All of us Texans will be glad you made that journey. Body armor. With lockdowns, biological warfare is a primary weapon being used against you. The only question is, what are you going to do about it? Answer, you got to wear biological warfare ready body armor. I recommend wearing a Kevlar jacket such as this. This will prevent doctors and other murderers who are just following orders from sexually assaulting your arms and shoulders by penetrating them so they can ejaculate the semen of Satan into your body. This simple biological warfare body armor will stop all the Bill Cosbys from the NIH, CDC, and Big Pharma dead in their tracks. Ha! With these lockdown tips, you'll be properly prepared to retain all of your freedom and liberty while being more paranoid yet proud than ever before as you send the globalists home with nothing but their pants around their ankles and a handful of their own crickets.
Are you someone who seeks the truth, you're always looking to grow and learn, and you have zero tolerance for censorship or media corruption? Well, there's big things happening around the world all the time, and you can bet Unified TV will always cover the truth and never censor. Unified TV is one of the leading conscious video streaming platforms with approximately 1,000 original titles, which consist of original series, documentaries, workshops, films, and guided meditations. Since Unified TV is member-funded, they're always able to speak the truth without having to comply with anyone else's agenda, which is typically dictated through advertisers. Now get this, Unified TV is one of the main funders of Sound of Freedom, and its founder, Jason Shurka, is one of the executive producers of the film. So by becoming a member of Unified TV, you're also helping to fund more amazing life-changing projects like Sound of Freedom. People are always asking what they can do to join and be part of the revolution. Well, becoming a member of Unified TV is a powerful and very simple step. On Unified TV, you'll find amazing interviews with people like Dr. McCullough, Tony Robbins, David Icke, Mickey Willis, and RFK Jr. And you'll also find plenty of programs to help you improve your health and wellness. To join the revolution, just go to unified.tv and use code AWAKEN to save 10% off your monthly or annual subscription.
Oh my God. This is like so old school animation, but it's turning out so well. And then if I can get this all into AI, then we'll really make some more magic. Like, it's just so much endless possibilities. So that side's going to dry for a minute. I want to dry it out. I only have so many. And also, I can kind of keep it. This was cute. It's just a little long. Yeah, this one's.
Welcome to Alberta.
That one's a little long, but this is more important to get out than.
Let's just jump right into it.
A rock star story. Yeah, I mean, it was a cute moment, but
funded electric vehicle charging stations operational, new data shows. Meanwhile, Energy Minister Jonathan Wilkinson just to announce another $25 million to fund 1,500 EV chargers in Quebec. This is absolutely ridiculous. The announcement is the latest in a constant stream of EV charging announcements in local communities across Canada as the government aims to help build 84,500 chargers by 2029. Natural Resources Canada launched an initial program to fund up to half the cost of installing public fast EV chargers. Why are we paying for EV chargers? Why are we paying for this? Did we get to vote on this? Data supplied by the department upon request say 43,046 chargers have been funded through both programs, but only 7,644 are working. The first program, which ended in 2020, provided funded, I just can't stand that taxpayers are paying for this, provided funding for 1,096 EV chargers, and almost 20% are still not operational. It also funded 22 natural gas stations and 15 hydrogen stations, with about 40% of each yet to begin even starting. I was going to drop an F-bomb, but I caught myself. The second program, which started in 2019, $280 million 5-year investment. No, it's not an investment. Was to install 33,500 electric vehicle chargers by 2025. It was later expanded to run until 2027 with another $400 million in funding. So now we're at $680 million with nothing to show for it. This is absolute insanity. Insanity. Moving on. Federal vote intention. This is a big, big deal. Gen Z and right here, those sunny ways, the sunny ways people, 40% now are Pierre Poilievre. 21% are still brainwashed, and 24% are just brain dead. Imagine if we didn't have any PPC people. People's Party of Canada. Get rid of that. I get it. I get Maxim. I get all of that stuff. I really do. But imagine if he never came along. Moving on. Justin Trudeau's Red Star Media right here. Toronto Star. Are Canadians getting angrier? ? Here's what experts say is happening and how we can tame our temper. No, people are getting angry because they're drugged up, they're depressed, they're homeless, they're starving, and they don't have a future. There, did it for you. This is a huge, huge story to keep your eye on. U.S. politicians want to hear from MP Michael Chong on the threats from China. I think it's hilarious that the United States is more interested in Michael Chong's story than the history of what is going on with him over the last, 10 years, 4 years, with him and Chinese meddling, intimidation in Canada. This is a huge deal because it's going to become a huge political issue in America. Chinese infiltration, Chinese police stations. And we know right now that the people in Canada are demanding an independent public inquiry into our Chinese infiltration and meddling in our elections. And in all corners of society in Canada, we want to know. We want an investigation right now, and Justin Trudeau is not doing it. He is stated to testify in Washington on September 12th.
I'll move it over to the other side.
This will be very, very interesting to hear what he has to say.
This is going to be so interesting to put together at the end.
Just everything that surrounds this is going to be awesome, because this could be the beginning of our independent public inquiry. Maybe started in America. Maybe America has lots. Who knows? Moving on. Heads up. Freedom Convoy leaders. Criminal trial goes beyond mischief charges. Tamara Leach and Chris Barber were among the most prominent organizers of the protest movement that rolled into Ottawa early 2022. They are scheduled to be the first members of the organization committee to stand trial on September 5th. We all know how good our justice system is in Canada. So now we got a September 12th, September 5th. Mark that on your calendar, people. It's going to be good. I'll keep you updated anyway if you don't want to. Moving on. This is a big deal. So Angus Reid Institute, the Angus Reid Institute had a survey. Now listen to me. The vast majority says schools should inform parents if children wish to change their pronouns.
Yeah.
But people are split over issues of parental consent. So they definitely, the vast majority of people want schools to inform parents about gender pronoun changing and all this stuff, especially under 18. But they're split over when the parents want to know what's going on, but the kids have the right to the kids have the right to like read the gender affirming books and stuff like that. So as long as the parents know, this is how they're kind of split. It's ridiculous how they questioned it. So ask which policy they prefer for school districts. 2 in 5 Canadians, 43%, say the parents should be informed and must give consent if the child wants to change how they identify. 1 in 7, 14%, say that the parent should have no role in this decision. In between these two groups, so only 14% said that the parent should have no role in the decision. In between these two groups, another 1 in 3, so 35%, feel that parents should be made aware of any changes that are happening at the school but that these changes should not require parental consent. And that's where it gets weird. Those Canadians with children younger than 18 feel more strongly about consent than those without school-age children, 48% to 41%. Why am I telling you this? Because Jagmeet Singh just lost a pile of votes. A pile of votes. Let me see if I can timestamp this right.
Gender identity are a false. They're going to target kids.
So
as we lead up to the next election,
I have to tell you that the NDP style of people that are for not telling parents about anything, the people that are for mandatory re-education, the NDP, the Liberals, they'll always say that you're putting the children's lives at risk. Now, I have no idea what type of person thinks that a school has more rights over your children than the parents themselves, thinking that they know better than the parents, that they can keep the children more safe than the parents. If we have come to a place in society where the schools are safer than homes, a majority or even close to a majority, then this is a complete failure of a country, which would explain why homeschooling is skyrocketing because of this. It's huge. It was like 70% or 80% of people believe that parents should have the final say in the decision of their children when it comes to pronouns and all that crap that's in education. And myself, I don't know how we've gotten to a point where how this is even a conversation. I don't remember any of these issues having to do with language, with math, social studies. What's going on? Anyway, this will give you an idea where Jagmeet's head is at. It's pathetic. He's pathetic. All this is pathetic.
And just
this is this will be a massive, massive political wedge that the Liberals are digging for.
Next week's
sorry, I'm just trying to
your reaction to some of the
c'est avant de le...
Oh no French.
The next question comes from Stuart Benson with the Hill Times.
That's like a typical Albertan. Yeah, and this was from Suk. I did this one the other
my
day.
question is for MP Garrison, but I'd like to get a response from both of you as well. So I just want to get your reaction to some of the recent changes to the gender identity policies in schools that we've seen from New Brunswick and Saskatchewan, and that have been sort of suggested for Ontario and Manitoba, and then just in
Alberta.
combination with that and some
Daniel
of the
Smith,
policy
what's
proposals
going on?
that are
We want this
going
out
to
of
be
school.
discussed at next week's Conservative Convention. Are you concerned that this is going to become a larger wedge issue as we lead up to the next election, whenever that is? And just what do you say to parents who are, had responded to that Angus Reid poll, who said that they should be informed?
Vast majority of people
are happening in their
listen to what he says.
School lives.
So I'll take the first portion, and then I'll pass it to Randall to weigh in on it as well. First thing I would say is, beyond the fact that there's deep concerns about this harming children, the fact that conservatives are focused on this at a time when people are struggling with their groceries, are struggling with the cost of the housing, shows a complete lack of any sort of understanding what people are going through.
So does he.
It's absurd that they're going to target kids, put kids at risk, and spend their time on that as conservative governments, rather than deal with what people are actually going through. So they want to harm kids rather than deal with the cost of living,
I think
rather than deal
gender
with
affirming
housing,
care
rather than
is
dealing with
harming kids.
The cost of groceries, cost of living in general. This shows what you get with conservatives. This is why people should be deeply concerned about conservatives getting into power.
I think
They
we should
focus
be
on
more
things
concerned
that
about
harm
him.
kids and ignore the challenges that people are faced with in their real lives. That's exactly why we should folks should be very cautious about conservatives. Pierre Poilievre might talk with great slogans.
Yeah, it's too
When
late.
you look at conservatives, what they do.
Jagmeet is
in
honestly
Ontario,
out. People are
their plan
just
for housing
fucking
is
done.
corruption to give their billionaire
Corruption
friends billions of money, and they focus on
that's
hurting
really
kids instead of dealing with real challenges. That's what I think this all shows. And I'll pass it to Randall to add to that.
How dare they protect
Thanks
children?
very much, Jagmeet. I think what we, as New Democrats, always believe is that all kids should be safe in school, and that these discussions about gender identity are a false political issue. We know that when kids are supported in schools who are struggling with gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation, when they're supported, it reduces the amount of self-harm, it reduces the amount of drug addiction, it reduces the amount of death.
I gotta stop this.
And so
they need the support from their parents.
Yeah.
Not schools.
Yeah,
Parents,
exactly.
Not schools. Parents,
Yeah.
not schools. That's where
Pretty
the support
much.
is. My God.
This discussion does exactly the opposite. It creates more harm for kids who are already at risk. New Democrats across the country, I think, stand with the vast majority of Canadians to say, let's focus on keeping
Not
our kids
me.
safe.
No, the vast majority of
disturbing.
Canadians said we don't want it in school. These people
This
do
is
not
disturbing.
listen. It drives me nuts. When Jagmeet Singh says the Conservatives are always just focused on these non-issues, our number one focus of anybody with children is our kids. That is our number one focus. That's why we get up and go to our shitty job every day. It's for our kids. That's why we work overtime. We do everything for our kids. And he has a daughter. It's insanity. Follow me on Substack, and you will get more great content. Like, share, and take care.
God, what am I doing? It's turning out so good. Like, it's actually turning out better than I thought. It just, to turn it into animation is just going to be a painful thing. Hopefully I didn't pull up any weird photos. Okay, that one's long. Jordan Peterson. Yeah. And I guess that was it. So which one am I going to go back to? Actually, I'm going to pull up this one, even though it's disturbed. It's actually a really...
I'm very proud of you. You're awesome.
Just a little bit of it.
You're welcome. You okay?
Aww.
What's your name, darling? Everyone say hello to Sophia. It's okay, baby. It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. You okay? You promise? Yeah? Parents, what are your names? Rita and? Everyone say hello to Rita and Arthur. Oh, darling, you're making me feel terrible now. You sure you're okay? You see, let me explain something to everyone here. Hear this off to me, would you? Everybody see me? See, I absolutely love, that Disturbed concerts have become a family affair. I love it. And this little girl has been singing her heart out the entire show. She knows so many of the songs. I saw you singing The Sound of Silence along with me. I love that. I have my son up there right now. It should be a family affair. What's the worst thing that a child is going to encounter? A little bit of profanity? We live in a world where there are so much more vile and ugly things in it than profanity. There's a time and place for everything, darling. You'll come to learn that one day. And as I look out at this sea of people, and it never gets old, by the way, seeing so many people packed into an amphitheater night after night. But I see people, all kinds of people, all colors of skin, all backgrounds. It doesn't matter what your politics are here. We don't care. It doesn't matter how you identify yourself. We don't care. Everyone here, everyone who comes to a Disturbed concert is welcome and accepted and loved. Do you understand me? It doesn't matter where you come from or who you are. All of us came here tonight for the same reason. All of us came here tonight because the world is hard. Life is hard. And you come here to take your burdens and to set them down. We all fell in love with these songs. We all fell in love with the lyrics, with the melodies, with the rhythms, for different reasons. But tonight, here, on this night, we are one. We are united. And it doesn't matter how the media wants to pull you from left to right. It doesn't matter how the people who are in positions of power want to continue pulling you from left to right and continuing to divide us and continuing to separate us, because tonight is an example of how we have shared humanity and how we come together as one. Besides, darling, we may be dark, but let me share a secret with you. Sometimes darkness can show you the light.
Shit, sorry, I just gotta finish this little chunk. There we go. Oh boy. No, it's going so well. Like, I'm really impressed with how well this is going. Oh god, it's gonna be so many photos. But it's a good exercise. And it's turning out like, I'll bring it up on big screen just to show kind of the progress. So see, I've almost like finished off, like I said, moving up the Eiffel Tower. So I'm starting to work on the top. And then I'm probably going to go back to this part, just so I'm not smearing everything I just did here. See, it's turning out really cool, and you barely know that it was originally stickers, not just something I drew. And the animation is going to be so cool. I'm going to have to figure out how to put it all together, but so far it's turning out amazing. That is actually I love doing these because it's like, wow, I actually did this. And you can see the difference from the kitty side to where I haven't really filled it in yet to where I have filled it in. And I don't know if I'm going to add color to this or just leave it blank. I might incorporate some of these colors into the other one. Originally, I was going to use this for another project, but it's just turning out so well. It's actually turning out way better. So this is the 3.5 hour mark. If you scroll back to the beginning, you can see how far. I actually might get all of the black outline done today. That would be so cool if I could. But I'm going to actually open up the panel. I'm going to take a little break first. because it is just, I just almost missed 420. And that's sacrilegious. So here we go. Here's the link. I will be back shortly. I'm going to duck out of that one and go back to today's animation just to show like how far I've been getting. And I'll put on some music. Okay, yeah, share screen. It helps if I'm sharing screen to actually share it. There we go. Well done. Bravo. Like go blonde. So this one was at the 2-hour mark. I'm gonna have to actually pull together way more, but I'm thinking this is gonna work out. We'll see how. God, I'm loving this. It's just so fun. It's just, like I love the AI art, but to do something just you know you've made it yourself. Okay, where is it?
Ciao, ciao, una mattina mi sono svegliato e ho trovato l'invaso. Oh partigiano, portami via. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 oh partigiano, portami via. E mi sento di morire. Partigiano, piano, piano, piano. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 partigiano, portami via, che mi sento di morire. Ciao. Ciao, bella ciao, bella. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella. Io muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire. E questo è il fiore del partigiano. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà. Ciao.
It would be. I might be able to incorporate that at the top, but I'm just letting it flow organically. Oh god, that's like, what are we at? 3 hours and 40 minutes so far just to get this far. But when I put them all together, it should hopefully evolve into something beautiful. I think I'll find a way to do this. Yeah, just like it's not pinned in YouTube. I don't think. It is very old school. And you'd actually be amazed how, like, this is 50 images. Each of these blocks is 50 images. It's not even everything I've done today. I'm going to do a longer one. I just really wanted to test it and make sure I'm actually, like, making it look like it's moving. Because I was like, if I was just sitting here all day and didn't actually get it to do something. But even like where it goes across on the guitar strings or the musical, like I would fill in a little line, take a picture, fill in a little line, take a picture, fill in a little line, take a picture, maybe do a little bit over here, a little bit up there, do another little line just to get it to actually look like it's moving. You need a lot of frames and draw slowly, and it really sucks sometimes. But today is turning out so amazing. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go up next and just finish up that side, then go back. Like, do this side, then do this side. That way I'm not dragging my arm. Like I said, I'm moving the other way, even though my brain wants to start on this side where I picked up. It'll all work out. I'll have to like really organize the final one. And I think if I just throw them all into an album, it'll do the whole screenshot show effect. We'll try it. Yeah, and it is an open panel. I know it's Saturday. There's a lot of other streams going out. I did see one. I might pull up. There's my new freaking camera. And then to get the kitties. So moving up, I'll get the kitties. And I see little parts You know, I want to fill in more of the tower because I did lose some when I did the other stickers on top. And I think without it, it kind of loses something. So I'm going to keep going. Like, sure, this is pretty boring, but oh yeah, there was another stream. Let's present this one. I really like their channel, but they've kind of gotten shadow banned and stuff. Like, they got spanked hard by YouTube. So this is TFI Global News. I like them.
Absence of legal justifications. Nevertheless, his astute manipulation of power remains evident as a potential shift in the definition of emergency to accommodate his political agenda is being orchestrated, marking a pivotal and concerning development in his leadership. Hello and welcome, I'm your host Piyush. Let's begin with the video report. In a recent development reported by the National Post, the Canadian federal government is currently contemplating revisions to the Emergencies Act with a particular focus on refining the definition of public order emergency. Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc has reportedly presented his comprehensive update to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau regarding the government's response to the Emergencies Act report. This deliberation comes 6 months after the Public Order Emergency Commission issued a series of substantial recommendations aimed at enhancing the legislative framework of the Emergencies Act. This decision assumes heightened significance in light of the contentious utilization of the Act during the Freedom Convoy protests. Titled The Progress Report for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, LeBlanc shed light on the government's efforts to address the 56 recommendations outlined in Justice Paul Rouleau's report. Notably, one of these recommendations underscores the necessity for modernizing the definition of a public order emergency to encompass scenarios that genuinely endanger public order. Furthermore, the report advocates for the removal of the reference to the CSIS Act, which currently characterizes only threats as espionage, foreign influenced or directed towards the overthrow of Canada's government. Additionally, he announced that the Public Safety Canada, in conjunction with the RCMP, is in the process of evaluating the Federal Forces contract policing program. This assessment comes in anticipation of the conclusion of existing contracts in 2032, offering a valuable occasion to gather input and insight from stakeholders. LeBlanc has also revealed that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police is actively exploring methods to enhance policing during public order events, leveraging current collaborative efforts among various law enforcement agencies. The recent developments in Canada's administrative policies, particularly concerning potential changes to the Emergency Act, signal an imminent shift in the nation's approach to handling protests, with the focus on other domestic skirmishes as potential grounds for intervention. These considerations align with the themes that frequently emerged in Canadian media coverage during the tumultuous trucker protests of 2022. When the truckers besieged Ottawa, they compelled Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to evacuate his official residence. As a result of mounting pressure to amend the vaccination policy, Trudeau invoked the Emergency Act to disperse the protesters and initiate legal investigations into their activities. Over 100 arrests were made and numerous protesters had their bank accounts frozen in support of Prime Minister Trudeau's actions during the trucker protests. CBC also became entangled in the controversy when it initially published reports suggesting foreign influence played a role in the protests. However, no substantiated evidence emerged, leading CBC to issue an apology. Subsequently, Trudeau faced scrutiny in a public inquiry as some authorities questioned the necessity of invoking an emergency. While the inquiry may have favored Prime Minister Trudeau, with no significant penalties imposed, it remains apparent that Trudeau's actions during the protests lacked a clear legal basis, namely, a necessity for his actions. The prevailing expectation was that Trudeau intended to amend the laws to accommodate his interests. As anticipated by many, the evolving definition of emergency might include new clauses, raising concerns of potential exploitation for political motives. In the name of changing definition, there lies a carefully orchestrated plan aimed at deceiving the Canadian populace. The proposed changes, rather than fostering genuine progress, may instead provide a smokescreen for consolidating power and curtailing civil liberties. Such a move would potentially grant Trudeau not only legal immunity, but also provide a mechanism for him to employ emergency measures at will, essentially giving him unchecked authority to quell dissent whenever he deems it fit. The modernization of the definition is just an eyewash.
Sorry, one more line. I'll put on something else. Oh my god. I don't even know how many I've done. I'm going to have to, like, this is going to be a huge album, but hopefully it'll flash like a slideshow and it'll actually make it look like it's moving. Especially if I can pull it up on super speed. So yeah, I filled in some more in the center. Oh, you can't see that. Go blonde. Yeah, I filled in like more in this part. And next it'll be like, you know, just kind of, I might go back over here. I might do up top. I'm not sure. Yeah, and there is the, I didn't probably post it on Pin It. Here we go. Let's just double check it's pinned on. And like I said, everyone and their dog is also live streaming right now. Oh, and we have the Miss Universe, Cayman Islands. Hopefully it's not a dude. Tarot readings, like my whole feed is mostly tarot reading. Oh. I might pull that one up. Just trying to decide what to pull up. I mean, oh yeah, I was posting the link. And I need another joint. That's 5. Pin message. There we go. Yeah, people want to come up, talk about their artwork, talk about their lives, or, you know. I don't want to pull up her. Okay, that's just a weird headline. I don't know if I want to pull that one out. I just don't even want to pull up Miss Universe just because I'm sorry. I'm just like, if it's a dude again, I just don't even want to like see it. Like, speaking of which, I'm gonna pull out some of the offensive trannies. Just to pull it, just to, you know, until people want to jump on. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. There we go.
Algo, y lo que voy a dejar no es para mí, es para un bien común.
Fernandito, en este caso, y siguiendo la normativa también, ¿no? ¿Habría algún tipo de...
See where this little rabbit hole will go. No pun intended. Yeah, usually I have clips on my blog, but I kind of just want to keep drawing, and other people might want to hop on. If not, I will almost have finished this piece of artwork, which I'm really excited about because it's actually turning out better than I thought. A few little bumps I want to fix up, but this is, it might be, you might want to stick to something smaller. Oh, no, Kroba, I don't want to kiss you. I have a clip pulling up. Hopefully, you don't get a strike for it, but yeah, here we go. This one.
Their energy on hating other people.
Hi, I'm Nikki Dreammaker. I'm a non-binary trans woman who is also a lesbian. My pronouns are fairy, fairy self. So love me, follow me. It'd be great to talk to you. And to all the transphobes out there, please don't talk to me, because you guys are being very mean. Remember, trans rights are human rights.
This has got to be a troll, right? But I don't think it's fake, unfortunately, and that terrifies me. Trans activists are so entitled. They actually think that they all automatically deserve love, respect, and acceptance, even though they are full of hate, even though they spend all of their energy on hating other people for having the wrong opinions. And when we talk about dating, you hear a lot of trans activists complain about nobody wants to date them. Who would voluntarily get involved with a trans activist who is full of hate, full of anger, and who is to some degree a little bit scary for like the regular person? And you're not deeply involved in this debate, of course, because I'm not scared of them, but maybe a regular guy or a woman would be like a little bit freaked out. I'm just guessing it's a turnoff for most people when they hear some say, respect me, love me, or else. But I'm the bigot, so I'm wrong, of course.
TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist and refers to transphobic feminists. TERF still consider trans women to be real women or trans men to be real men.
Something I think about a lot, but I don't talk about a lot, is like, I know exactly why TERFs think the things that they do and believe the things that they do. It's because they hate themselves.
Or you can listen to what they have to say. The beauty of being involved in a debate is that you don't need to guess what your opponents think, because they're pretty honest about it. You just have to listen. Isn't that cool?
They hate being women. They see being a woman and womanhood as inherently miserable and terrible and horrible and all those other words that just mean bad.
Women hate being women, therefore they hate when men claim to be women. What? If what you're saying is so true, why would these women you're talking about be mad that there are some men who claim to be women? So don't you think it's the opposite, that these women love, absolutely love being women and to some degree are proud of it, so they get offended when some men claim to be equally as much women as they are? I don't like the term TERF. I think it's an unnecessary term, like 90% of the new terms we hear nowadays. But if we have to acknowledge this term, what does the F in TERF actually mean? Spoiler alert, it means feminist. We're talking about feminist women. So are you really claiming that women who are feminists hate being women themselves? That doesn't make sense, does it? By your own logic.
They see womanhood as a bad thing. So when they see people relishing in their womanhood, enjoying being women, they get angry and upset because A, they're jealous, and B, in their eyes, being happy being a woman or enjoying your womanhood or being proud of your womanhood is mocking them.
Oh, you're talking about the trans joy? So we have this new term called trans joy, and it's a term trans activists like to use in order to convince people that gender transitions make people happy, joyful. That is true. It will make a chronic gender dysphoric person happy, most likely, but not trans activists. They're still after the transition, miserable, angry, and hateful. Explain that to me. If a trans person is truly happy with their transition and is truly in a happier place, most people wouldn't have a problem with the transition itself. I'm speaking from personal experience. TERFs are not so much worried about what you do in your free time. They're angry about people like you who are trying to change the definition of what it means to be a woman in order to include men. If the majority of trans women we see in the mainstream media were truly happy about their transitions and lived a normal and happy life, TERFs wouldn't be angry about it. Maybe a few, but assholes will always exist. That's unavoidable. But that's not an excuse for the trans community to disrespect women.
Because in their eyes, they're miserable all the time. They're constantly unhappy. And you being happy as a woman means you're making fun of them.
They are unhappy and miserable. What you need to know about the video I just reacted to is that this is more or less the perfect example of gaslighting. It is gaslighting for a couple of reasons. The first one is he's on purpose misinterpreting what TERFs are saying to him, making up his own theory about why they are mad at him. And the second thing is he's accusing TERFs of being miserable. But who's really miserable? Who's really angry at women just trying to be women? And the third thing I want to say is he is trying to make you believe that he's not doing anything wrong. It's all the women who are complaining who are wrong. And who are the stupid ones, hateful,
Maybe I'll
and
do that
etc.,
one
etc.
after.
One of the goals of gaslighting is to get away with bad behavior
I'll
by
see.
accusing your victim of something that you're doing yourself. And that's a tactic psychopaths and narcissists often use. So what does that say about the trans community? Trans women are better and more of a woman than TERFs. TERFs just lie and try to divide women. Trans women are women. When I think about it, this could also be a troll, but again, I'm afraid
We
it's
got
not.
another
And again, this is gaslighting
live
because who's
Maui
really
one, so
dividing people? Most of these women that the trans community
I'm gonna
call
pull it
TERFs would not have a problem with real trans women because real trans women know their biology, their situation.
Actually, I'm gonna pull it up now because I can go back
It's
to
kind
this
of weird
one. I just think the more we can, yeah.
Hey, aloha everyone. So in my last video, I showed a part
No,
of my
that's
neighborhood
not
that
it.
mostly survived the Lahaina fire. Since
That's not
then,
it.
I've been
Okay.
Their energy.
Yeah. Stop it. There it is. Yeah. So I'll pull up this one's live.
Someone who kind of overlooks and helps you understand
So I'd rather pull up this one.
the legal system. And it seems like what he was trying to get to is like, what is the specific wording? What are the laws in which I'm doing? He was literally on the side of the road. And he was on the side of the road and he was just videotaping, recording some of the damage from the highway. And he was stopped by one officer who didn't want to give her name or badge number. It's a small island. Her face is going to be known. Social media is a monster. So, I don't think you can run away when you have acts like that. But they ended up citing him under the proclamation that for some reason you can't film or report from the side of the highway. And one of those the videos, this is the deal, I believe, it's in the description below, goes into analysis of like actually what that proclamation says, and it doesn't seem like there is anything or any wording whatsoever that deals with not taking pictures above a disaster zone. So, what appears to be happening, or at least on some level, is that for one reason or another, they are simply blocking any journalism, any drones, any reporting from West Maui that is close to that area. There's another YouTuber that I've been watching from pretty much day one, all things good all the time. Look him up. He was in Lahaina, on the streets of Lahaina, and oh, good, you saw that video. And he's been in the hotels out there in Kaanapali, and it appears that blackout from media or recording is extending into these hotels where there are really not trying to let you film anywhere around this area, which just makes us all wonder, what is there to hide? Lots of Eric's videos are gone. I see that in the chat coming up. I haven't looked into that, but I don't know if any of you heard what the chief of police, John Pelletier, was saying. He accidentally said scrubbing, which, I'm accident or not, but it's apparent that if you're familiar with any of the internet or YouTube for a while, there always is scrubbing, and it's a constant issue. I remember when the London Olympics was happening, I wanted to look up what it looked like at the Beijing Olympics because I remember how amazing it was, and all those videos were just put to the bottom, and it was ridiculous how obvious they were. And these big companies that I'm using, my career is on YouTube, and those ads, this is my primary source of income, but it's amazing how these sensitive subjects, someone higher up is pushing the narrative. And it's amazing because there's a lot of theories about what's going on. There's a lot of questions on the missing people, and there's no answers. But one thing that officials in government has not been doing very well is just giving us people who pay their taxes, pay their pensions, information. And the lack of information is it's appalling. It's apparent. It's in front of our face. And I think what happened with Eric was a case of these officers are really. There's not many legs for that horse to stand on. Yet they're bullying and they're intimidating people, and Eric has been there from day one, and really, he's a real estate agent, which there's a lot of on Maui. There's a lot of business, but you can see, for whatever reason, being in Lahaina, he had a call to action. And to help tell other people's stories, to help other people, to see what's going on, to make sure that you out there are also informed about what it looks like, that the story in Maui is not, I said this yesterday, it's a little microcosm. Rod Taylor on Maui. I'm not sure if I know Rod Taylor. All things good. Yes, all things good. There's a comment about him. He talked about it's a mini insane asylum out there, that you're dealing with a whole range of people grieving, as well as people who have mental health issue problems that are now amongst other in the population that we didn't want to deal with before, but they also are getting help. So I don't get kicked off YouTube. So, I'm trying to go through some of these comments, suing your counsel. Lawsuits are mounting. If you listen and anybody wants to check into KPOA, it's a local station. They have amazing local music, sweet music, and they've been a source of inspiration, a prayer, information. They probably have lifted the spirits there more than anybody else. But over and over, you hear these attorneys, they smell the blood in the water. It's like, and I encourage anybody out there to look into the PG&E wildfire, right? That was $11 billion lawsuit There are still victims out there who haven't seen much. A lot of that goes to Wall Street. A lot of that goes to insurers. You know, the little people, the people who suffer really don't usually get much. Are there missing school buses? You know, I haven't heard too much about missing school buses. Maybe that's something I should look into. But I haven't heard of any missing school buses in that area. Right? I do know one of the fire trucks was burnt. And what else is coming out? One of the local news stations, they are definitely pursuing more and trying to get information about, you know, why were their officers blocking people? You know, Rumble, I see that coming up a couple of times. A lot of us recall the comments by the name of it. Yes. Something about 18 missing school buses. That's a lot of school buses. Right, there was, I believe, 3 schools that were burnt. The power was out, so kids were not in school, and many were at home. Kamehameha, the 3rd school, if you look on Google Earth, is right next to the banyan tree, right next to the harbor. That school was completely destroyed. There's a couple of those teachers who were on Aku 53. Yeah, Eric. You know, something, if some of you are interested or new, Akaku 53 does broadcasts of county council meetings. They also do any public information, the little that the mayor or the governor give out. But there is some information there. That is where people are expressing their concern and anger. And did they target area? No, I don't know. Right? I don't know how police departments are where you are from. Living on Maui, I've had friends who are police officers who are some of the greatest people that I've met, but I also know of the many stories of corruption and the many stories of corruption.
My phone keeps overheating. I'm really sorry.
These fundamental issues that we didn't really deal with during the pandemic. Water, right? Great question. Cowgirl in the sand. Yeah, the arrogance of the cops. Right, water is a big issue. My parents don't have safe water to drink right now. Businesses can't operate. But water is, for Lahaina, it looks like the test. They have brought in some good officials to help them, but the benzene, which is, I think, a VOC, those levels of that area, it looks like it's not going to be just toxic for the drinking water, but it looks like it's going to be a major concern for what our poor reefs are suffering already. So the runoff, that whole area has just become, it doesn't look good. You will not be voting your problems away. Yeah, I don't think, I'm a political science major. I went to University of Oregon. I'm a philosophy major. I spent a little time at law school at Temple. And, I studied corruption. One of the things I focused on was what happened in the Salt Lake City Olympics with the level of corruption. So, it's, voting is the surface, holding people accountable for criminal acts and holding people accountable for negligence, and realizing that us as citizens have a responsibility to be educated and make sure that we understand the Hawaii State Constitution, that we understand the Constitution, that we understand that what's happening or what happened with Eric is not right. Yes, Gardner, Eric needs a low. He's risen to the top of YouTube by doing what he's doing and having, I think, a great heart. But unfortunately, the corruption and he's strong-willed. So the Eric West rabbit hole. Yeah, I guess that's sucking in some of the energy and the conversation for sure. In part because it's just a little alarming to see. But fair enough, that is somewhat of a rabbit hole. Did you say law at Temple? Yeah, I didn't finish law school at Temple, but after graduating University of Oregon, I spent, about 9 months until I moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, where almost made it through the first year of law. It wasn't the best fun. I didn't find many friends at law school, go figure, but learned a lot in the process, Yeah, go Ducks, That's the other thing, Oregon grad, yeah. Thank you. New government in Oregon, I guess don't we need it everywhere, but, I've had some people reach out to me and I'm taking more action into, educating myself, number one, and then maybe spreading some of this education to the people affected and seeing if we can at least get to people. I think, Eric is one of them. What happened to him is it's not acceptable. So, are there recalls for the mayor? Yes, that's a great question. At 5/1990, there is a growing. People are not happy with the answers he's giving, right? And for some of you who are not familiar, some of you are, right? Mayor Bisson. Mayor Bisson is a Lahaina Luna boy, graduates, ties there. He's a circuit court judge, but his answers, it seemed like he was sleeping that night when the fire was raging. Right, I don't know how I would react in. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how I would react in those things, but I think I could sleep. I guess I'd want all the information I could on any source possible, and that's what I was doing. And Bisson, right, one of my classmates and track buddies is his managing director, Leo Kyrez. So, Leo is a good guy. He's wrapped up in all this, but Bisson was a judge, a circuit court judge. Yeah, I believe he was a prosecutor as well. So he's an experienced person. However, he might have believed, or my sister and I were joking, that post-pandemic he thought maybe this would be a little bit of a cruise, but it seems like these fires caught him and his whole crew off guard. Yeah.
Communities in the world.
You have to be a lawyer
in recent years.
It's vary from state to state. There's actually some states that you don't even need to go to law school. You can apprentice, I think, in California. Yeah, bad intent, communication skills, it's tough. Negligence is negligence. So, yeah, unfortunately, these people who govern Maui, Hawaii, they come off as pretty belligerent in their press conferences. They've I don't know, they haven't been transparent. Too many coincidences. As this shortly after this fire happened, I was watching what was happening in Canada, and there was those wildfires just spreading through Canada. As if you look at the map, there's just wildfires going all over the U.S. Everywhere. But I was flying those, and I was just shocked at how they were providing people with so much information, daily updates. Their voice, it was just a completely different approach to once again, a deadly fire that, however it's caused, is not as concerned as making sure that the public is secure and safe. Yes, I did see that video from Oprah and Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. I'm not too sure how I feel about Oprah. She's kind of left a bad taste in many people's. She's not too loved here. But a point that I've been talking to some people about is if you're not aware about Maui and some of the people who live there, right? Maui has been a haven for people of all sorts, from homeless people to Mark Twain. It's just been a little gem. The islands have been a gem. They're gorgeous. I've lived here my whole life. There's waterfalls and areas and rainbows every day. People are just lovely, smile. Doesn't mean there's not bad people here, but the rich have also loved this island, like all of us who have found it as a home. My ancestors worked on plantations from Portugal, so they worked their way up through just hard labor. And however, in most recent times, as I've grown up and lived and watched Maui, right, we've had people like Jeff Bezos just moved in, right? Oprah lives not very far away from where I grew up. I've seen her house many of times. Many of stories about Oprah. When Michelle came, the Secret Service shut the road down, and it's like, all of a sudden everything changes. She lives up in this beautiful estate. And then, in addition to that, movie stars, I've seen Owen Wilson. I've seen many of famous people who love the islands for maybe the same reasons that I do. The guy who owns Oracle, he owns Lanai, or 95% of Lanai. Mark Twain said it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled. Good quote. Yeah, Mark Twain. Anybody who's been to Hawaii, or anybody who would love to read his writing about Hawaii, he spent a lot of time. Yes, I did mean Michelle Obama. Did I say someone else? I'm sorry about that. Yes, our interview was very enlightening as well. Yeah. What do you think about giving up tourism and finding a different way? Yeah, Maui needs to do something else, right? Maui was a plantation island, and then it switched to tourism. And Michael and Michelle said that. But anyways, yeah, it's unfortunate. There is so much money. Anybody who's been to Maui, flown into that airport many times, the number of private jets there, 10, 15, these are all private jets. And I worked for some very hardworking, compassionate, wealthy people who, they use private jets to leave, and there was no security, no TSA, no nothing, but there's a lot of people, come to Hawaii for that reason, Yes, sugarcane and pineapples. And those blue shirts, yes. Interesting about Eric West. I'll have to look into that, that's, yeah. The kids in the buses. check out, some of those sources. I haven't seen a lot of information on that subject through the sources I've gone through. That doesn't mean, paint your roof blue. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm a skeptic. I went to law school. I'm a philosophy major. I enjoyed Nietzsche and criticism. So, I was trying to make an answer or figure out what the answer was for the, the blue, or, and why, the Tommy Bahama tarps, there's that one blue car, those are sort of oddities, I guess, Yeah, and I did see that video of the color blue rejecting laser. What industries could Maui go to, and if they were not dependent solely on tourism, right? Could they go into manufacturing? I don't know why they don't go into hemp or weed. They can go into, if they worked on the education system, there's no reason why you couldn't have tech jobs, industry jobs of all sorts, But unfortunately, Maui and Hawaii in general, right? Tourism is the big industry that I have to double check, but the military complex is a giant industry here, right? Pearl Harbor was a huge part of Hawaii becoming a territory, right? That pulled us into World War II. So Pearl Harbor, if you've ever been here, right, that was my grandparents helped out in Pearl Harbor. They were young, like I guess my grandpa was like 20, 19 when that happened. But they lived through that. They told me stories of Pearl Harbor. And ever since then, right, we've had most recently the Red Hill. And if you're not familiar with the Red Hill, that is an issue over fuel tanks leaking into the water system on Oahu. And then further back, growing up as a kid, Ko'olabi was an island, the Red Island, that they used as military practice from post-World War II until I think the early 90s. And, I thought it was a dream until I read an article and asked my parents later in life that, oh yeah, I remember seeing planes just shoot and launch missiles at this island, And after they finished that, which, how did they take over that land? Some emergency proclamation, I guess, of some sort. They didn't clean it up at all. And unexploded ordinances, and basically, once again, it was the community going over there and cleaning up all the mess from them. So, looking into Hawaii, right, one of the, Mazie Hirono is a big senator, but Daniel Inouye was a legend in Hawaii, and he secured a huge amount of contracts for the military complex, right? Airports are named after him, highways are named after him. Yes, Lisa, little point there, what I'm talking about, but yes, she didn't have a license plate, so pretty silly stuff. But anyways, yeah, the military complex is huge here, and a lot of funding comes in through them. And if there wasn't the military complex, I'm not sure how much Hawaii could survive. So, we're in a hot spot. We're in a hot spot of tourism, military, but we need to get other industries. The agriculture industry dropped out, and now water issues are huge. So, why did Eric take down a lot of his videos? Does anyone know? I don't know. Right? We experienced that with the pandemic, right? The certain subjects. Did he take it down? Oh, Grandpa, thank you so much. That means so much. I'm just doing this for people like you guys, and that kind of support means that I can spend more time doing this. There's other things that I have to attend to, but this is where my heart is right now, and things like that really, help us get back, or maybe help other people. So thank you for that. Yes, there's issues of Ukraine. that has been resurfacing here, you know. Yeah, a lot of questions about those kids, you know. You know, it's just so shady of what's going on. Thank you. I'm a good speaker. YouTube was scrubbed, maybe, you know. Lisa, how is Seabury? Yeah, you know, I attended Seabury. I went back when I coached there for a while. Initially, I thought the fire was right above Seabury, but you know, Seabury is $24,000 now, super expensive. And you know what? What I heard today is the fires are still not 100% contained. So Olinda, Pula, there are still flare-ups, and here we are 3 weeks out, you know. Thank you, Christina. There is talks about lockdowns this month. I haven't heard any of that, but Seashell Mac, thank you so much. You know, yeah, thank you so much. Eric was suspended from Twitter or X. Yeah, you know, geez, Eric is really putting his neck out there. You know, yeah, thank you. And you know, what does a hero look like sometimes? You know, sometimes it's just you and me, you know, and it's like, oh, you were at the Kula Market. Yeah, you know, staying at my parents' place, when I went to bed, it's like you could just smell the smoke from the wind coming up the mountain. And it was just a stark reminder, you know, and that, you know, it's still the dry season there in Maui. The rental cars. It hit me hard when I saw all those rental cars, you know, because it made me realize that, you know, the relationship between tourists and locals has always been a heated one. But to know that there's just nobody coming here, it's just, it just means it's going to affect everybody, you know, everybody who has anything, a mortgage, you know, it's just complete devastation, you know. Green said the list is 358. That is true, you know. You know, FBI, but you know, it's I'm not sure if anybody trusts them right now for good reason, just because these numbers have been all over the place, you know. Did the swine arrest Eric? No, they definitely intimidated him and bullied him around with a proclamation, the 6th proclamation that Mayor or Governor Green gave out. And although I have a link below, if you look into that proclamation, what they're talking about in that video has nothing to do with what he's doing. So, Maui is shut down. Not all of Maui is shut down. West Maui is shut down for sure. You know, there's no question about that. West Maui. But I, you know, for everyone who's just joining, I do have some links below. One of them is from a YouTuber I just found. He's pretty big, but he does an in-depth analysis of Eric's video, and he talks about some constitutional issues, as well as gets some of the names and badges of these people. Yeah, you know, bringing the tourists back, you know, we need accountability. I think, you know, we have to right, what's the saying? You got to clean your house before you help somebody else clean their house. So, you know, I think we need to spend a little time cleaning our house on Maui. But you know what? I live on the Big Island, so you know, there's lots of places to come and visit. Maui's still open, but you know, you have to tread lightly, you know, and sometimes, unfortunately, people come to the islands and, hey, I understand you just want to get away. This is just piece of paradise. This is where you don't have to think about work and everything else. But there's working people here who are suffering, and they need. Oh, what's the name, M. Kathy? You look in the description. I don't have it. It's The Real Deal, I believe, but it's in the description. I have a link below, and it's an hour and 15 video. But he does a great job of just looking at what was happening there, and he's a little critical of Eric. Just in maybe he has a little better understanding of some of these issues that are being challenged. Yeah, thank you, Kathy. Yeah, check out that video. I think what's going on is Maui is getting more attention, and not for the right reasons, but it's getting us to talk about things. Yeah, here's the deal. Yeah, proclamation. I do have a link to the proclamation below as well. So I'm hoping that some of these videos, I will also have the information and links that I'm looking at, so that you guys can also look at it and make sense of it or not make sense of it. So, the visitor numbers, those are published daily. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. The movie Avatar. I was touched by that movie. I cried during that movie, and then here we are at Lahaina, and you have a whole group of people who've lived there for generations being pushed out for one reason or another. A tree burning, and just the pain and suffering and the trauma. And James Cameron, he's a futurist, but he sure hit that chord, so. Where did all the missing children? We just don't know even who's missing. But there are stories of people who are running back in. Right, one of the most heartbreaking stories. That lady who someone carried on her motorbike. She ended up finding her son dead, and it's like people are trying to run back to their houses. It's like. It's just it's so sad that any of this happened, and going to Maui. I didn't go to Lahaina. I wanted to respect what was going on. I didn't really feel comfortable or have the space. Plus, I wanted to just have my parents talk and have a space for them to just share their experiences of if they had to leave their home and they were forced out of evacuation and slept in the car, and where neighbors have lost their homes, and but it's just been awful, and it's like the amount of people who've lost things, Yes, Jeanette, Maui is open. Lahaina, Kanapali area is all closed. So half of Maui is open, but the island is suffering. The layoffs. I think the unemployment numbers will be coming out for this next week, and I'll try to provide links to those. But the claims, were in the thousands, if not 10,000-15,000 for unemployment. So yeah, what happened to all those children? Well, I also did find, if anyone's interested, I might not provide it in the link below, but I will in a future video. Maui did a mitigation plan for its hazards, and it's a 1,000-page
It absolutely has.
But within that document, I scanned it, and it's amazing that Lahaina, the shrubs around Lahaina, it seems like the county was aware of
I'll fix it later.
Dangers of wildfire, specifically to Lahaina, and not much was done. So, has the First Amendment been suspended? I guess it depends where you are and what police officers are there, but why aren't parents speaking about other children? I don't know. Right? That's the question of how many, who are they? But with somewhat of a media blackout in that area, excuse me, I've been able to find some information, but it's secondary almost. So Eric was one of those people who really was providing some of those stories. The story with fish was the first time I had heard of police, excuse me, barricading. But Jimmy Pigs for the flowers. Were there ever chemtrails? There's a lot of people believe that there were. I don't know if I believe that there were, but citizen journalist headed to Maui. Yeah, I think Eric, I almost thought in some ways, if I was Eric, I would have almost liked to get arrested just so that they could have booked me for something phony. And, not that it would be any fun, but it seems that they were clearly over their bounds. Yeah, West Maui is a huge hub of tourism, right? West Maui is not just Lahaina, it's Nakili, it's Kaanapali, excuse me, Oluwalu. Oluwalu, and there are many plantation house, many of the weddings there. It's gorgeous. It's just beautiful, and all that's, I don't think it'll be open anytime soon. So, we're just, Maui's in a lot of hurt. The amount of money. I used to run near the airport and train for a marathon, and I'd run early in the morning at 5 o'clock, and I don't know, about 5:30. After about 5:30, about every 5 or 10 minutes, there'd be a plane coming, taking off. And those planes are just packed with mostly tourists. We're spending money, keeping this whole thing going on. Almost everybody I know worked in the service industry. It's all service industry. And when those planes aren't flying, there's just, the restaurants aren't open, the deliveries aren't open. My mom has a friend who does produce delivery, but it's like 7 accounts, all in Lahaina, no deliveries. What's a big news today? One of the biggest commercial linen suppliers, and that might not seem like much, but when you're dealing with all the hotels, they just laid off 190.
Holy fuck.
They laid off.
That's like
people today.
That's like double the company I used to work for.
So, right,
that's a lot of people. That's a lot of families.
It's going to be felt. And
yeah, there is.
Some people who have the ability, I'm sure, will leave the island and later. Yeah, everybody's canceling. I think it's like, 75 to 90% slowdown in just economic movement there and all sorts of things. So,
yeah.
Tourists swimming in the ocean the day after, like nothing happened. I did hear about some of those things, and it's like, we're all on this planet together. We're all here together. So if you can't be sensitive to the trauma that happened there, yeah. Thank you. But you know what? It's great to have all of you here. I'm going to be on here for a little longer. To me, it's
oh, thank you.
For me, but it's also seems
I was
like
watching 80s movies earlier, so I was going for like a Cyndi Lauper kind of, and I actually matched my artwork, which I was like, that's pretty cool.
I went back and I'm sure it's resurfacing.
I know it is heartbreaking. That's why I'm highlighting this. They are getting such a media blackout in Hawaii, and so I'm going to pull up some of Fiery Real Estate, Eric. Just
ripple effect. But
I think I have one of his already to go.
I watched some videos. Is those police officers and firefighters were rushing?
Because some of this is nuts. Like it's, I've never seen a fire behave like this, and
how do people feel about Oprah and the Rock Fund?
Like, there's Slave Lake was bad.
I don't know how everyone feels there. I know it sure seems sort of like a very staged.
Beijing has started regulations against religious groups that could challenge.
Oh, I have one of those.
I don't know if Rock is her bailout.
I don't know.
Everybody loves the
Let me
Rock,
see if I can find it on my blog.
Not everybody loves Oprah.
I'm gonna be back in a
You don't have to
second.
look very far to see that on Maui, or anywhere else. She's a marketing guru.
Yeah, I still have
She's
some
a
longer
genius
clips
in
I
that.
didn't play from
And
today, and one of
that doesn't
them
necessarily make her
was,
Unitarian.
I don't know if it's on today's or if I put it on.
I don't know.
I'll go through my history.
Yeah, Oprah has.
I don't think I'll
right?
get a strike for it
10 million they
because
put in,
it's
they're
kind
looking
of
at
important
$1,200 a day
to
for people who are
see what China's doing to. And even if you're not Christian, you're of another faith, you're going to be affected. And if you're atheist, well, you all like to usually say you're into human rights. Well, sorry you hate Christians, but Christians, are actually getting prosecuted.
The stories, and the parallels.
And it kind of feels like nobody cares, or it's like, oh, I don't want to support them. That's not cool.
By health issues.
It's so weird.
The firefighters, the police, everybody.
And I'll be back in a second. I gotta flip my laundry.
Yeah, the Rock is a movie star. It's hopefully some of these people that use their influences for good and really create social awareness. I think donating is part of it, but there's that other issue of accountability that Maui needs so much money. Yeah, Eric's videos are gone. That's what it sounds like. I'm gonna have to check that out when I get off here in a little bit. But you're embarrassed that Oprah's from Mississippi State. Yeah, I think Jeff Bezos did a fairly good job, at least in his donation. He gave $100 million right off the bat, and it was very quick. And, that, but what would be great is some of these people just gave anonymously. Oprah could give $100 million and not even say it was her, but that's not that style, Seashell Mac, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your super chat as well. Well, it's obvious that Eric is now on the radar for these people. I don't know how much they're taking in social media and just trying to, keep this under their control. But once again, anybody who's just joining, look at some of the links below. There's the proclamation. There's an analysis of what happened with Eric. Eric is also having, we'll have to see what happens. I think it's really important. It's interesting. And, but, do I have a GoFundMe? I don't have a GoFundMe. I have a Venmo account with Christina I put below. But we're looking at maybe some other ways that we can help fundraise. For some of you guys joining, I have a video of this guy, Jesse Josephs, that I interviewed while I was in Kula. He is a Venmo. He is someone that if you're looking to, he lost, him and his wife lost their house. I helped her pick out food and baby stuff from the volunteer station in Kula. And, we've been trying to point into directions of individuals that we know that need this money. In addition, I'm doing fundraising for the Maui Food Bank and the Maui Humane Society. And,
this is the biggest way people can help, just by sending money to them.
Society. Because you know what?
And there is, let me just grab the link to the stream.
Everywhere, they give us a lot of comfort, and they're a big part of, I think, keeping us mental.
So you can go on his stream and donate to him. Or he can help direct your funds to people who need it. Did that work? Oh, you stupid thing.
Yeah, it was
my
good to see
computer.
what was happening with Eric in that video, because that could be any of us, right? That's the truth of it is that is they intimidated him and bullied him. He's a nice guy, you know
Yeah.
what, and he was following the law, just as like most of us would want to do to just try to get out of that situation. But that hurts being from Maui, seeing that kind of behavior, and it's scary. It is scary.
Yeah, it's scary for any of us. Like,
yeah, prayers for Eric. I think as much as we send out some good vibes, that's what we can do. Have conversation, be nice to each other. Appreciate the moment. The world is changing so quickly. Is it just changing?
yeah. So all the
more
information,
quickly,
if you want to help out, it's in. Just follow the link to the stream.
Why do I think the local law enforcement is being so protective? I have no answer. But they are.
I'll leave it up on there for a minute.
Property rights.
This channel.
They're hiding something. What it is, I don't know, but they're sure acting like they're hiding
this
something.
channel.
So,
and then I go back to this one. So,
what are they hiding? We can only speculate, and we can make up a lot of things, but until somebody actually can go in there and look, we don't really know.
Yeah.
Spiritual warfare. Local, Biden can wear a mask in that area. I know. It is just not clear. Department of Health, State of Hawaii, did not say that you can't go back to your home. They advised, caution. But this proclamation, the police force is enforcing a whole another thing that's not clear in any proclamation whatsoever. Yeah, it's obvious that what's happening in Maui is just resonating with the global audience. And Maui is a special spot. Whether you've been there or not. I'm fortunate to have spent a lot of time there, and it's just spending time in upcountry, seeing the stars on the land, and then seeing the community come together, and people giving each other hugs. It is people just listening to each other, people talking that never talked. My parents have talked to neighbors they never talked to, but and it's so unfortunate that something like this has to happen to pull people together and awaken people. But this is what we have to deal with, and I think all of us, pointing fingers is accountability is a part of this, but also, we have to have our hearts open for those people who have lost so much, and just make sure that we all have for them and their stories, because they need it more than all of us, So I see that Maui needs to vote red. Having been a political science major, I was always aware that even though Maui or Hawaii is democratic, it's democratic in the way that business and real estate tourism has a big role in government. So while it may appear like friendly to unions, there's also the military complex, the tourism side that really influences a lot of the decisions. So blue, red, purple, it's kind of Tweedledee, Tweedledum the way I see it. So, where do I stand politically? Geez, I'm apolitical if anything. And I've always took some comfort in George Carlin and some of his commentary about politics, that it is kind of a circus show, that while I don't know, getting too, engaged in the process yet. Having said that, I do write my senators. I have used AI, GPT. I've gotten letters from Joe Biden. I've gotten letters from George Bush, sent me an autographed picture. So, I do play a role into it, and I've expressed my grievances. However, I don't know if Bisson or anybody's going to take a letter right now. I've talked to Schatz in emails about my concerns of leadership, and I've used those pathways, but I'm not really sure. We're dealing with something that is much more social and deeper that has to be like held accountable. So, and Simpson, what happened to Eric? Yeah, we need to come together. Yes, I did see the video of the arborist. Thank you, Bella.
Oh god.
We need a third party of moderates. I don't know what we need. We need a bunch of other parties or something. But the system is clearly broken, and and money is playing a large role on local, state, and federal politics. And it's like we have to be educated on rules and laws and procedures, and understand that we can still do things even without attorneys. I think that's something that is that I've learned in my life, is that there's procedural things, there's ways that you can access court systems and put people on notice, even though you don't have an attorney. You just have to understand how to navigate and what things apply. So Larry Ellison owns the 95% of it. So not all of it, but he owns the power systems, he owns the resorts, and right before he owned it, Lanai was owned by Dole Cannery. So it was pretty much privately owned before him by Old Plantation, right? A lot of the land on Hawaii has been owned by major plantation owners from over 100 years ago. So these property issues are resurfacing over and over. Water issues and land are one and the same here in Hawaii. So you're old enough. Yeah, right. Ross Perot, he was a third-party candidate. He actually had ties to Maui. He actually, I think, helped do the Maui Aquatic Center, or was involved with that. But he's the last third-party person I think we saw. Yeah, 2024. Boy, yeah. Grab your popcorn for that.
I know, right? Pretty bad, eh?
We got front row seats here, people. Right, make sure you make time to take a walk and hit that punching bag or do some artwork, read a book, because
yes, artwork helps. It definitely helps.
What's happening in this world, it is going to be something else. Hey guys, I'm probably going to take off in a few minutes. It's been great taking some of your comments here.
Wow.
Oh, your mother worked for Dole Cannery in Honolulu,
I know.
Yeah, anybody who's been in Hawaii or has family who's lived there for a while.
I know. It just, if it was just one thing,
it was sort of,
but it was like this, all the combination of things. And it just, it seems so suspicious. Like some of it just seems so disturbing.
And I'm trying to go through these pretty quick.
Yeah.
Burning Man is knee deep in mud. Yeah,
I know, like Oprah. But then also, I find, yeah, it's just,
thank you. That is just, it's awesome that there's people out there who support this type of
I think she is.
Keep it going, because
I honestly do not like her. I think I have some stuff on her. I don't know if I pulled it up today. Yeah, it should be on my blog today. I didn't pull that.
Not getting into the limelight, too much in terms of what Eric.
But it would be on my history. I can just pull out my history. So like some of this, I don't get strikes on because people just want the information out.
So the fact you're supporting,
and something like this tonight, like and subscribe to him. Here is his channel.
And
one more time.
Some good positive thoughts, right?
Yeah.
Just the fact that we're all here talking about it, the fact that this is important to people, the fact you guys are watching
it's disturbing. Like, you think these people are like so good or humanitarians, and then when you start peeling under the layers about it, like that school in Africa, it's she's been skirting around charges. Let's just put it like that.
this this is important times. This is important stuff, and finding space is also mental health. So
yeah, it's ridiculous. Like,
the Maui protest 9/11.
Why do these people need all this money,
like,
and then her like going into shelter
how much do we
when
have
she
to
has
go
all this
through in our
estate
lives
right
of these
beside
sort of
it that
incidents
didn't burn, and
and
being like,
to get
oh, I'll get you a
grounded, and some
pillow.
of us will get
Oh,
grounded,
here's
some
a
of us
juice
will get
box.
lost to it,
Like,
but
like imagine like if she was like, like in,
love each other.
hey, you get a
That's
Jeep,
very
you get a
important,
Jeep, here, you
love
get
each
a,
other, put those
we
devices
got
down
you
every
some
once in a while,
little,
give someone
and
a hug,
FEMA, like,
say hello to people,
although I wouldn't trust
say
their
hello to
trailers
strangers,
after Katrina.
so
They probably recycle them, like, but, like, to see how little
But
they're doing, and the
even
fact
though it
that
is dark and
Biden didn't
disturbing,
go there for
spending time
5
on Maui, spending
days.
time there recently, people are still smiling.
Yeah.
There's a guy who had an ukulele is just singing
It's-
songs at the volunteer station that we had. So
You can't
the
take it
songs,
with
the
you. You
spirit,
really can't. You can
if you
accumulate
haven't
as
been
much
there and you
wealth,
haven't experienced Aloha, it is unique, and it's something
but you can't take
that
it with
is
you.
shining through in these very difficult times. So the spirit of Aloha is alive, well, strong, and it's like it's not going to be stopped for anything. It's something that's in the land, in the people here, and the people who fall in love with Hawaii, they feel it, they sense it, and it's there's nothing like coming back home to Hawaii on a plane. It's just like one of the sweetest things.
Well, if this was your home, you'd want people to help you, and definitely I'll be doing a piece on Yellowknife. It just,
But all right, there you guys. Thank you so much for everything.
Yellowknife, like,
I'll just keep on
I'm not just saying that it wasn't a tragedy. It affected my family, but what happened here, it's like a bomb went off or something. Like, it seems.
All right, guys. Aloha. Take care, and we'll stay in touch. So.
Good stream. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up my history because this one I came across, I just couldn't find it on my blog today. But then sometimes I put it on a blog another day, and I don't usually get strikes for it. Where is it? Damn, that's a lot of. Just a lot of like, I played that one. Played that one. Played that one. Played that one. Yeah, Stingray. Yeah, played that one. Played that one. Come on. Load more. Yeah. Did I play this one? I don't know if I played this one. Don't do it. All right. Yeah, there's one. Yeah, I think maybe I'll pull up the Jordan Peterson one. I just feel like streaming. I don't care. Come on. Where are you? There you are. Wow, I go through so many clips a day. This is ridiculous. This is actually a really good reading. Some of them I catch, I'm like, yeah. Yeah, some of these. Okay. Sorry, this is just going to take me a while to find. I just have. Oh, this one. This one is crazy. This. If it shares, I might get a strike for it, but. And I'll rewind it.
That's it, right? Yeah, I know it's that because two of them, you say, oh, you say one, okay, fine. But two of them, they had one is in gold. They probably wanted something bad, something the guy says, give them
It's so eerie how calm everyone is. And I had a friend who was on Wall Street that day, and it's just they sort of, okay, we're leaving our buildings, and he just remembers walking home, and then like just sort of realizing what all that dust was on him. This crazy footage. Wow. That would have been crazy. Yeah. I know. I got out of school, university early that day. It's just everyone's so calm. Like, even though this is going on, people aren't. Okay, now they're starting to panic, yeah. But, you know, it's. You look at what New York looks like now, you'd almost think it like. It's crazy how dark it gets. I didn't watch all of this earlier. I think it's. Oh, hi, Pixie Lady. Good to see you. Good to see you, my lovely. Hope you are well. Love and prayers, sister. Yeah, look at, see, that's the artwork I've been doing today. Pixie is an artist as well, so. And I've been doing a stop motion on it. And then that one's the other side. Which, yeah, so I just have a little bit more to do in there. I'm very excited. I don't know if I'll finish it during the stream. Thank you. And I got marks on me. That's the thing with artwork. I tend to wear it as well. Thank you. Yeah, this is crazy footage. Like, when was this? 4 years ago. So sometimes people find old footage in their closet. Oh, really? Yeah, that would be cool. I'd love to see it. Like, some people are just so oblivious. Like, okay, like, yeah, like that mom kind of had the right idea. Like, shit's going down. You know, this way. Listen. Oh, well, no worries. I totally understand. Like, you know, it's when you get into the zone, you get into the zone, and sometimes it's hard. Like, okay, I just want to do my artwork, and sometimes it's hard for friends to understand. But I totally, no worries. Like, plus I know you're busy with, you know, family and the homestead and everything. I almost thought that was outside. See, some people just look like they haven't even looked back. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I missed you too. Oh, I'm good. Oh. Oh, I thought you meant you were working on a new painting. Oh my god, that's awful. I missed you too, love. I'm like, aw. Well, I'm glad you got it. Yeah, there was several. Building 7. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't have cable then. I had no idea the scale. Like, I just heard, like, I think I heard on the radio, a helicopter, like, crashed into a building in New York. And I was like, okay, whatever, you know. And then everyone was just so weird at university that day. We got out early. I saw it at my friend's house who had cable, and I was like, oh my goodness. But to see it on the ground like this, like, this is like the time before YouTube. Like, this would have just been in the early days of digital photography. This might even be like VHS. It looks a little too clear for VHS. They might have, but
Handstand, you gotta move.
I will whack you. Just keep moving. You might want to keep moving, folks. But you see how people behave. How would people behave nowadays? Like, we're like, hell no, officer. Start looting, like, like, I think people, it was a different time. It was the end of innocence, it really was. The size of the cell phones from some of the people, like, that was like top of the line during the day. Wow. This is crazy footage. Yeah, like, because on like CNN, it was like close-up, so you could like literally see stuff and people kind of flying out of the building. What are you? Yeah, poor baby. I'm sorry. You're good food. So I'm gonna do one last call for panel. Gonna wind it down at the 6-hour mark, maybe sooner. I know.
Yeah, we need that. Let's go see what it's all about. Yeah. Well, then I'm gonna let back in.
This morning.
Well, let's do that.
As we look at this from the ground, Patty, why don't you go ahead and tell us?
Wow. See, that's scenes from the day you didn't hear. Wow. Yeah, see how he's like covered in that dust? That's what my friend said was his walk home. Oh, yeah. Good.
Well, 1010 Wings reporter
Yeah.
Kestenbaum is still in Florida, and are they moving you out to state?
No, actually, I don't think you got into the circuit court.
Strangely enough, that day had the lowest employee absentee rate of its entire history. And it's a phenomenon I've seen with like major plane crashes, and it's not even people, like some people just had a bad feeling and canceled, but a lot of people, it just, something came up, like their luggage was delayed or they were delayed or, in a lot of people, and it wasn't like anything in particular that kept them. Like nobody expected that to happen, but a lot of people just didn't show up at work that day. So the building occupancy was actually way lower than it normally would have been. And I'm not going to get into any kind of like psyops or like, I just think if it's your time, it's your time. And if it's not, it's not. Like God will take care of you. Really, He will. So yeah, once again, last call. If people want to come on panel, they can. Otherwise, I'm going to end it fairly shortly. Maybe one or two more clips. I don't know what I pulled up. I know I did pull up a lot today. Yeah. Here is the one. I think I'm going to finish off with this one because this one will take me about to that mark.
Each night for the past 17 years, from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m., Intercessors like these with the Esther prayer movement have gathered to pray.
Some of you
Professor
might
Lee
think
says
this is a
after
little out
learning
there,
of the horror
but
in North Korea,
they
he asked
highlight
God to
some
give him his
pretty
heart for the
important
people there.
points.
Then for few days, I cannot eat, I cannot sleep.
Yeah.
So many things of North Korean, what they are happening there. The children are starved to die. So I decided until the
And some
North Korean
people are just like, you know what? I
listen
just
to gospel,
didn't.
they human rights be recovered.
I got delayed in
Until that
traffic.
point,
I just didn't
every
make
night
it to
prayer,
the office on
listen
time.
continuously. But also many intercessors we made a decision to continue.
Like, it's just funny how
Professor Lee says
flights
North
and
Korea
stuff like that
unfortunately
go.
leads in many of the world's worst categories. It ranks the lowest in
You know,
democracy,
which I think
economic
is hard
freedom,
with
and
this
freedom of speech.
Hawaii
It's
fire
highest in
because
slavery, bribery,
something
and
like
corruption.
this actually
And
could
it's
have been
number one in
prevented.
Christian persecution. For decades,
You know,
North Korea has
and
been led by a personality cult of 3 generations,
like
with millions
there's
in
a lot of
slavish
things
devotion.
not adding up.
They have no chance to listen to gospel, but
So,
also they
last
have
call.
idolized their dictator. So
I'm just
we should
gonna
make them free in their bondage.
pop out for a
So we
moment.
pray
I know
for them.
this is probably
He says the
not
prison camps
someone's
resemble
everyone's cup of
Nazi
tea,
death camps.
but I do.
These crude pictures show some of the horror. Guards put this small boy over a fire. And some prisoners, many of them Christian, are subjected to chemical experiments.
Yeah.
CBN News interviewed
But
two
we can't
North
talk
Korean
about that,
defectors
can we?
who described what life is like inside the country, often called the Hermit Kingdom.
Yeah.
They hid their identity for their safety and that of their families still inside North Korea. We'll call this woman A, one of the few ever to escape a prison camp.
In the political prison camps, 70% are Christians. The crime of a Christian is espionage.
What is it like in the prisons, in the concentration camps?
It is so hard, too awful beyond words. In places like Yeonsong prison camp, they're assigned to a forced labor and are fed watery and rotten porridge that stinks. Many people eat it and die. Places like Cheongjin prison, the cells are less than 7 to 9 square meters and up to 35 people are crammed into that small space. As a result, people die every day. They are also tortured. I can't express it in words. In the case of women, they're stripped naked and raped.
We interviewed B as he looked across the body of water into North Korea.
In North Korea, there is no freedom at all. Even though there is no iron fence in North Korea, the whole country is like a big prison. No freedom of movement, no freedom to see, no freedom to speak, no freedom to hear, no freedom at all.
Both defectors told us COVID brought a big change to the country.
Many people died of starvation due to severe food crisis, and many people got sick and died without medical treatment. They prayed in the name of Jesus, and the sick were healed. When the people had high fever from COVID, they prayed in the name of Jesus, and the fever went down. So the name of Jesus became very famous in North Korea. Now, North Koreans who used to believe in Kim Jong-un and Kim Il-sung are now starting to say that the only one that can be trusted is Jesus.
Despite the crackdown, they report the underground church has doubled since COVID to as many as 400,000. Now they spread the gospel by floating bottles filled with rice money and a USB containing the Bible and Christian videos across the water to North Korea. Professor Lee believes that wall between North and South Korea will fall, just like the Berlin Wall.
I'm an economist. When I see the political economic situation, there is no answer. So delicate, so complex. Because of that, I more simply ask to the Lord, you are the perfect answer. Open your wisdom. So I perfectly rely on the Lord. He's opening the door to North Korea. So they make my heart more comfortable. So I think His perfect wisdom will open the door. And I think it's miraculously.
On the 70th anniversary of the division of the Korean Peninsula, Professor Lee compares this time to when the Jews were freed from Babylon. He's asking Christians worldwide to join in praying for the people of North Korea to be free.
This time to shout together, to pray together, to fast together. Then the Lord will break the war of North Korea and the authority of death over North Korea, and the Lord will save North Korean people.
Chris Mitchell, CBN News, on the border between North and South Korea.
Thank you, Chris. In China, the Chinese Communist Party is midway through a 10-year project to rewrite the Bible, which will then be forced on Chinese Christians.
One of the changes in this new Bible turns Jesus into a murderer. Dale Hurd has the story.
Chinese Christians receive Bibles for the first time. With as many as 130 million reported Chinese Christians and the continuing explosive growth of the underground church, there are now more Christians in China than members of the Communist Party. The Chinese government's persecution of Christians has only led to even more church growth, causing the Communist Party to now target the Bible itself with what it calls an update with socialist values and removing passages that don't reflect communist beliefs.
Chinese are no longer content
There's
with
some weird
all of
stories,
these attempts
like-
to try to forcibly get Christians to deny their faith. And so now they've just taken it to a new level where they're trying to rewrite the scripture and to confuse them and to prevent them from becoming Christians.
In one example from a high school textbook, a Communist Party revision of John chapter 8 about the woman caught in adultery says, Jesus once said to the angry crowd who was trying to stone a woman who had sinned, "He who is without sin among you, let him cast a stone at her." When his words came to their ears, they stopped moving forward. When everyone went out, Jesus stoned the woman himself and said, "I am also a sinner."
We have seen the escalation
Wow.
of the Bibles for children is totally forbidden, and all the Bible apps were forcefully removed from every e-commerce app store. Millions of Chinese Christian children were forced to sign a form renouncing their faith in public.
The issue for the
This
Chinese
is
Communist
nuts.
Party is
Like-
control. It is always about control, and they see the gospel, they see the Christian message as something that would take control away from the Communist Party. And so this new socialist translation of the Bible is just another step for the Chinese Communist Party as they try to control the church and really co-opt Christianity as a means of controlling the people and helping them serve the party's interests.
But one
do some
Chinese
on this
pastor
side.
was quoted as saying, "The
gonna be
rulers have
easier.
chosen an enemy that can never be imprisoned. They are doomed to lose." Dale Hurd, CBN News.
Thank you, Dale. Coming up, on the beaches and the boardwalks of Mallorca, Spain, Christians are preaching the gospel and bringing Jesus to the party zone.
Yeah, I bet they're
And welcome
not
back to
bringing
Christian World
vodka.
News. In the summer, many Europeans,
I
especially
just
young
wanted to
people,
pull up that
flock to
clip on China because I've heard it. I've seen it on a few. Yeah, I had that one on my stream. Let's just see what came up on notifications before I. Oh, I know what I'm gonna pull up. Just to close it out. Let's just find home. Do 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 do. Sorry, I'm such a nerd sometimes. This one. I know I played it last night, but just keep them in your prayers. I won't play all of this. Hello. Good to see you. See, I've gone quite far, and this is going to be hopefully almost like 250 photos by the end for the animation. I will figure out a good way to get them all together. Oh yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of like last call. The link to StreamYard is posted. If anyone wants to come on, otherwise I'm just going to kind of close this out. Hi there, sorry about that. Hi. Yeah. Hi there. Hi. If you wanna come on stream, you might want to put on some clothes there, darling. Just saying. Well, you can just sit backstage and do whatever you're gonna do. Yeah, I don't want to watch, but whatever. Thank you. See, you can be a civil perv. Thank you. I don't want to watch, but I know you're going to sit there and do that. You'd be sitting there and doing it regardless. Oh my goodness. Some people's children. Yeah, I think he's having fun. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Where is it? There we go. Back to Jesus. Yeah. A little more wholesome than whatever's happening down there. Oh, that was you. I didn't know that. Well, my contact information is there. I just having a topless guy, like I get you know, a little porn bomb sometimes. Sure you can understand. But I mean, I'm almost done the stream. You can talk to me backstage. Okie dokies. There we go. I'm not trying to be like... Okay. Well, Chapsa. Oh, shit. Yeah. 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 You gotta mute the YouTube before you put, or the Twitch, or I don't think anyone really comes on from Twitter. But yeah, you can try it again. You know, I'm sure you can unmute yourself. Here, now you're on mute. Hopefully it's working. There we go, that's better. Okay. Sorry, huh? Yeah, I only have like 7 minutes left before I was going to shut it down. So you could have stayed backstage and talked to me if you wanted. And some of that is going toward... Okay. Oh, now you're back. Now you're back.
Stop at me.
Hi there. Hi there. Okie dokie, still having tech issues. Yeah, so this is kind of as far as I got, which is quite a bit for today. I just have this little like corner and this little corner. Okay, and then I'm done. And then this piece can go to the printers, which is going to be exciting. Yeah, thank you for joining me. The final animation will be coming out tomorrow because I have this piece, and then 2 other pieces I'm working on. So I guess that is, 6 pieces. No, wait. 2, 4, 8. Yeah, 6 pieces. It is a marathon art experiment. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for the links and everything. Yeah, tomorrow I will show you, because so far I have almost... Okay, I am blonde. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You honestly get me. I have audio issues. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll give you a minute.
It was
Oopsie daisies.
But it does help if you turn your YouTube off, though. Anyways, yeah, dude. But yeah, I sent you $50 last night. Like I was expecting you to forget about me, though, as usual. But like you're always like, who are you? Don't porn bomb me or whatever. So I'm like, I'm not gonna porn bomb you, dude. When's the last time I porn bombed you? Ever?
It's because I'm looking at like multiple names for you, and I'm like, and also I'm trying to like, I'm staring at like so many screens up. Just sometimes I'm just like a cat with tinfoil on a string when I'm doing a stream. I'm sorry.
You're all right, dude. No, you're this week's winner. Every week or so, I pick a, like I get a little bit drunk, to be honest, and I throw like some money around and shit like that, you know. And this week you were the winner.
Thank you. And I will pay it forward. I do pay a lot forward, so thank you. Thank you.
No. I just hope you like you make something, you know, because you got some really cool stuff you've been working on. So that was a pretty cool stream last night.
Well, I'm gonna go to you, Vic, because I think that they have the cheapest printing. I'm gonna check around a few places because a lot of them, they want you to send in just a digital file. And it's like, it's not going to work out the same. Part of it is just how it looks with a photocopier. There's little imperfections, so they're not always a perfect copy. And it's come so far from university. So I will be going back there. I had to talk to admissions anyways.
Are you a perpetual college student?
Well, I'm in police science right now. I have a bachelor's. I just did almost 2 full semesters, but I almost did another double major, so a whole other bachelor's. But one was in feminist studies, and I really feel conflicted about it now because it's gone from celebrating women to celebrating men beating women in sports and selling tampons. I am sorry, like, what is a man going to do with a tampon? Still, nobody's really explained that one to me. I'm kind of curious. But I'm almost at the 6-hour mark. Do you want to stay on for a little bit longer and talk?
No, that's okay. I just figured you'd forget me again. Because you forget me like every time I join up on your stream. But I set you something so you can remember me.
I'm 3 different names. I'm blonde. I'm sorry.
That's okay, dude. I'm just
Well, thank you for joining me. And thank you for everyone else who's joined me today. Thank you. I'm going to end this. You can stay on a minute after if you want.